Hi guys, don't know if I'm live yet. Hang on. It's not showing on my phone. What's going on with my phone? Can anybody hear me? Just wonder if anybody can. Oh, okay. Just got my notification. Come on. Okay, we're live. Welcome, guys. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay. I'm going to assume that you can. Welcome. Happy Friday. I am going to open the reading with Mother Mary. This is going to be for the collective. And just hoping you guys can hear me okay. Sam went and picked us some fresh roses for our reading. So we have some beautiful fresh flowers. It smells beautiful. All right, so Mother Mary for the collective. Let's go ahead and officially open the reading. Okay. So, let's see what Mother Mary has to say. Children. Interesting. I'm beginning this a lot in like the monthly readings. Children. Some of you I feel like are just called to work with children. My heart is filled with love for children, which creates miracles and positive changes for them and me. It's like the gratitude I feel. And then we have action. I've been getting this a lot in readings, not this actual card, but feeling that in a lot of readings that it's action time. It's time to, create. It's time to, I feel like, live life according to your terms. You know what I mean? But being proactive in doing and bringing whatever it is you want into your life. Today, I take actions related to the priorities that I have previously put off. Children and action. And that is for everyone. And we'll probably see. I'm sorry, I'm chewing on a mint. We'll probably see as we do the readings, why they're there, but we won't forget. All right. I want to just say hi to oh, I just knocked myself out of the comments. Thank you, Sam. I know, he's such a sweetie. All right. So I can see the first question, but for some reason I can't see your, let me see if I click on it. Nope. I can't see the name. And I'm trying to see if I can see it on my screen. I can't. What my angels need me to know right now. Work and love. So I cannot see your name, which is very strange. Wonder if I I feel like it's Lydia. I feel like it's you. So I'm just going to go down real quick. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Okay. Well, I just knocked myself out of the comments again. All right. So Lydia, I think it's Lydia. It's like my comments in the way. Okay. So what my angels need me to know right now. So what do your angels, need or want you to know right now? And, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm going to use the Cosmic Tarot. So let's go ahead and give it a couple shuffles. I am going to try to make the readings not too long today, so I can answer as many questions as possible. I do want to remind everyone that priorities do take, or donations do take priority. I cannot think of, I just feel it's the fairest way. But I have no limit today. I'm going to go until I can't go anymore. So I'll try to do a mix. And chat replay is on. So if you've left a question but you can't stick around, what I would tell you also to do is, let's say you do stick around, because I don't timestamp these. I just don't have the time. But you can look at, I would say, what time it is where you're at. You know what I mean? So then if you go back in, you'll know where your answer was at. All right. But anyways, so pretty sure this is Lydia. What your angels would like you to know. What messages do you have? We have the Six of Cups. By the way, let me bring my screen down. I almost don't want to take the roses out of it. Six of Cups. Temperance. Divine timing. Temperance is about patience first. And it's really about trusting in divine timing. Interesting, you have the Six of Cups before that. And I feel like it's really like an energetic energy here. I get this feeling of like, if there's a lot of worry in that on my mind, that takes some time out and like, I don't know, I feel like remember the good things in your life, like when things are getting rough or things are rough, to just remember like what's going right, what is working in your life. I feel like they're also moving into a period of time where it feels like, it kind of feels a little divine, to be honest. Like I'm just going to be in a good mood. Well, we have the Tower. Interesting, and Temperance is looking at the Tower. By the way, Temperance is the card of Sagittarius. But it's also interesting because the Tower is now mirroring the Six of Cups. So this could talk about, someone that you used to know type of energy. But clearly there was some type of tower that happened. But I feel like the Tower is not what I want to remember here. Like I do want to understand the Tower, but I don't want to get lost in that energy. And again, I feel like this Tower has already happened. I often feel like someone has fallen from grace. So I feel like I can focus either on like the good times, like memories, or I can focus on the Tower. It's kind of up to me at this point. And then we have the Five of Cups. Interesting. Feels like there's someone you're missing. Eight of Pentacles. Just want to take a couple cards. And the Fool. Well, this kind of looks like something may be coming back into your life. But I feel like, again, it's in divine timing. Here's another thing I'm feeling, that let's say something or someone is coming back into your life, being reintroduced into your life. The Fool would be very important here, because if this is talking about, like, let's say a past relationship, and because we have the Five of Cups, chances are, I'm missing this person may be missing me. And it doesn't even have to be a person, you know what I mean? But it's something emotional. But the Fool would say, yes, you want to learn about that tower. Eight of Pentacles to me really is about, absorbing information, but then letting it go. Like letting the energy of that tower of the past. And if this is talking about like someone coming back into your life or something, it probably wouldn't serve you to be, maybe what you needed to do was really clear the energy. And that may be what divine timing is waiting for. But then, then you turn into the Fool, which is like freedom. You know what I mean? Like freedom to be me. I also feel like this is speaking to your creative house also. It's like covering like all elements here. So I feel like anything you're doing in your creative house, like don't worry if you don't like, sometimes I feel like in the Eight of Pentacles, I may worry that I don't know everything I need to know. But truth is, and listen, you may be part of what you're doing may be because of previous towers. Maybe you did break them down. Now you understand them. And now you're willing to take on the Fool's energy. Again, allowing the past to be the past. If this is someone coming back, then you want to make sure that the energy is cleared, right? Because if we don't go into the Fool's energy and instead we're focusing more on the tower, then does that not like increase our chances of another tower? Eight of Pentacles, if this is speaking about love, would say if both parties are willing to put in the focus that's needed, right? Because love is more than like to, yes, we can all fall in love, but love does take some work, right? But it's kind of like what we want to do. So the Eight of Pentacles says whatever you focus on is what you're going to grow. And you can focus on more than one thing. So it does feel like a time of growth for you. And it does feel like it's time, to like put these towers behind you. And I feel like by doing that, listen, what I mean by that is I'm not going to allow previous towers, as I'm planting seeds today, I'm not going to allow them to like stop me from anything I want to accomplish. Instead, I just want to reflect upon it. And with Temperance right next to the tower, I have a feeling something was eclipsed out of your life, but maybe it needed to be at that moment. But again, it feels like something is revisiting you. And if the question is, can it be, successful? Well, if we're willing to put the focus in, if you're willing to put the focus in, then yes, it will grow and grow and grow. If we're willing to, let the past be the past. And if this is talking about a relationship at all, then that's going to be really important. All right. I'm just going to take one more right down the middle with Five of Pentacles. So, feels like potentially like you received that tower. Um, Five of Pentacles is like that energy of feeling thrown out into the cold. But I have to tell you, that five is about a change, right? That tower, it is about a change. But in the Five of Pentacles, I feel like as we move through this energy, you really start like finding your soulmate family. You know what I mean? Like where you start surrounding yourself with um, like-minded individuals. And again, I feel like if this is anything that's coming back, as long as you can take on the Fool's energy, as long as both can take on the Fool's energy, then I feel like, okay, we have a chance here, right? We definitely have a chance here. But I also feel like it's interesting. I said I wasn't going to make the readings long, but I'm getting a lot of messages here because um I feel like the tower was also it feels like was part of your destiny. So that means there was something valuable to learn from that. Okay, I'm going to let that be. So, I feel like you're moving into a period of time, especially with the Fool there, where I feel like you're able to let go of a lot. You know what I mean? Like the things that have just been hanging on, I feel like you're able to like let them go. But that has to be your choice at the same time. Um, uh, Urbian girl, did he use me? Okay. Did he use me? I'm gonna do a couple of these first couple ones because they were here before I was here. So I feel like that's only fair. Did he use me? Well, what do I want to use for that? All right. I'm gonna use the light seers. And I'm not sure. Iranian girl? Anyways, you know who you are. All right, so did this person use you? I have a feeling you feel used. I have a feeling that we have judgment. Judgment is your spiritual team. Judgment is calling you to the present moment. And why? Because there's going to be some type of rebirth in your life. It means, there's an opportunity for something to open up. And just look at the image. Like she's connecting to her higher self. And her higher self is connecting it to you. It's like your higher self. I feel like you were seeking answers. We have the Four of Swords. Yeah. I definitely feel like you're suffering a little heartache right now. But at the same time, I feel like with judgment here, calling you to the present moment, allowing healing to take place. Five of Cups. It's interesting because I'm asking, were you used? Did this person use you, to their benefit in some way? And, the word was I used. I'm not sure if that is the Lovers. Head over heart decision. Mirroring judgment. Let me just put it this way. Sometimes people come into our lives and they're not who we wish they would be, right? But sometimes people come in just to activate our heart chakra, to get us ready. And sometimes like it's learning what I don't want. Though I do feel that you felt connected to this person. Oh, whoa. Okay. We have the Nine of Wands. We have the Chariot. We have the Three Swords under that Five of Cups. That makes sense. But we also have the Four of Swords. So, the ability to heal the heart. We have the Death card. It's ending. But it literally says on it, death/rebirth. That's the same thing Judgment says. A rebirth. It is a card of Scorpio, by the way. Lovers is a card of Gemini. Chariot is the card of Cancer. But let's keep going. Justice. The Four of Cups. And the Ace of Cups. Interesting. Let me just put it this way. I don't feel like someone purposely used you. Like, I'm not feeling that word. I am seeing, though, where, something happened. And because I get the feeling like you think about this person, you miss this person. But yet this person does, it's showing us like your heart got broken over this, right? Your heart got broken. Well, because you feel used. Even if you weren't used, you feel used. And, that's a shame. But listen, I also feel like whether this is this person or this is someone else coming in the door, because you do have justice, card of Libra, by the way, but it's the cutting of ties. But maybe it was meant to happen. And it's interesting because then you get the Four of Cups, which is really discontentment and boredom in one's life. I feel like you have a lot of focus right now on the pain. But I feel like really what your guides want you to know is like your love life is not over, right? You have the Ace of Cups right under the Death card, which is a rebirth, but it's a rebirth in what? In love. You have the Lovers right here. The Lovers is mirroring Judgment. So Judgment calling you to the present moment. First of all, the Four of Swords is first. So the healing of what happened is important. I don't feel like you were used. But that doesn't mean that someone treated you well. But I don't feel like I purposely went out to use you. And I feel like, you potentially may have fallen in love. And maybe they did too. But listen, I get this feeling. That, well, I'm just going to say it. I feel like this person was, it's like they were meant to activate your heart chakra because I feel like this Ace of Cups, this rebirth, right? Also connected to the Lovers. I kind of feel like it may not be that person, but it is speaking of new love. But I do see where, like, I got to cut ties or ties were cut. So I feel like the best thing I can do here is reflect upon it, right? I know that your heart is hurting right now. I just know it. But I also feel like, listen, this is what I would say. If this person, because there is a rebirth, so this is either someone new or this is the person that you felt used you. Now, I kind of feel like this is someone new, to be honest. Though I still don't feel like you were used. I feel more like, it's almost like someone who, I don't know, doesn't know how to love. Maybe is a little afraid of love. So I feel like the more that you can put that behind you, and I know right now, like, I do feel like your heart is breaking, but I feel like if you can trust in divine, trust in your spiritual team, they are literally saying twice that there's going to be a rebirth. Now, if it is this person, then make sure that's what you want. You know what I mean? Because you do have free will, and your guides, they're going to let you use your free will. But just make sure it's what you want, because I do feel love is coming in the door. And probably sooner versus later, right? Because Judgment calling you to the present moment, saying that there is the potential for a rebirth in your life, mirroring the Lovers, chemistry. It is a head over heart decision. Now, I feel like if I don't, like, if I'm not able to clear, I shouldn't say all the energy, but some of it, I could, I could be afraid of this ace. But death card makes me, death card is mirrored over here by the Nine of Wands. So the Nine of Wands is just really reflecting back, understanding whatever it is you can understand. It really is a source of strength. I feel like when someone looks back, and really what you're looking for is how you have grown. Maybe this person just wasn't on the same vibration as you. And naturally, when someone's on, like we're in two different vibrations, it just feels naturally like someone's going to fade away. But the problem is, a lot of times we don't let that happen. So I feel like the death card is saying that potentially this door, if, well, I feel like I need to shut this door and I need to get back to living. And I need to tell myself, okay, what happened, happened. But that doesn't mean that a great love cannot find me. I do feel like it's going to find you. I do feel like, because I feel like right now you may be like more in the sorrow, in the sadness factor. But again, that Four of Swords is there to help heal you. And then it's like movement with the Chariot, and the Chariot really is the balance of the masculine and the feminine. So if this person, it's funny because I feel like the two readings I've done so far are pretty similar, but I feel like if this person makes a repeat appearance, just make sure it's what you want, because again, you have free will. Your guides will certainly try to send you the signs. And you know what? One of the signs may have been exactly what you're feeling. I feel like just saying, don't worry about love because you will have love in your life. But sometimes, we don't want to regret, because sometimes people teach us, and sometimes what they teach us is what we do not want, right? It's like, okay, and let's say this person makes a repeat appearance. Are you able to forgive? Are you able to let it go? Is it even worth it? So I feel like these are the questions you have to ask yourself. And I feel like no matter what, love is not over for you. Matter of fact, it feels like love wants to walk in your door pretty soon. Four of Cups would mean that I'm not doing much about nothing, right? And I feel like that's what this is saying. Like, don't wallow in the sorrow, even though you have every reason to. Don't give someone that much power. Because again, these rebirths, you have to allow them. But I do feel like there's someone pretty special. All right, and I just want to ask a question. Is this from the past or is this new? Ace of Pentacles. I feel like it's new. I kind of love this because it means it's literally coming into your physical world. Now, I already knew that just from Judgment and the Death card, right? A rebirth, but a closing of a door, and then the rebirth happens. So, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Cups, the Lovers. I feel like for someone who, like, if someone couldn't love you, right? Well, shame on them, because there will be someone who can. Okay. I'm going to let that be. But I don't feel like the word, did he use me? I don't feel like you were used. I just feel like someone, I don't know. Maybe they just have a hard time in love type of thing. Maybe they get fearful of their own feelings. But I still feel like love is going to walk in your door, my dear. All right, white. Buffalo, calf woman. My new love. I need to change my glasses. Oh, sorry, guys. All right, where'd it go? All right, white buffalo. My new love, will he be my support too and bring happiness as his wife? I am leaving my current partner. I'm an Aquarius. He's a Virgo. Wow, I just did Aquarius' reading, and if you haven't watched it, I would watch it. And definitely, towards the end of the reading, well, I don't want to give it away, but I would definitely watch it. Anyway, my new love, will he be my support too and bring happiness as his wife as I am leaving my current partner? I'm an Aquarius. He's a Virgo. Very special, high vibrational man. Okay. Let's bring out the Psychic Tarot. And let me give it a few shuffles. All right, so you're an Aquarius, he's a Virgo. It's interesting because a lot of times when I do Aquarius' reading, because I'm a Virgo, a lot of Aquarius don't get along with Virgos. And I don't know why. Because I feel like we have a lot of same attributes. All right, but anyways, let me just reread that one more time. My new love, will he be a support to and bring happiness as his wife? And you're leaving your current partner. You are an Aquarius. He's a Virgo. Very high vibrational. All right, we have the Three of Swords, heartache and loss, but I feel like that probably already happened. Okay, a lot of cards at one time. Interesting. 5 of Cups, 6 of Cups, obstacles and challenges, another 5. 2, choices, decisions, movement. I feel like that's what you're doing right now with your current partner. Why do I feel like your current partner won't be so happy about that? I don't know. It's kind of like an afterthought, but I do feel that like your current partner, even if it's what's done is done, I still feel like he may not be that happy about it. Anyway, 7 of Pentacles, but you have a right to live the life you want to live. Material and financial changes. And then, hello, 9 of Pentacles. Material harvest. Interesting how you have the 5, material and financial changes, and that moves directly into material harvest, which, by the way, is a card of Virgo. So, movement, choices, decisions, mirroring, let's just say Virgo. Do I feel like, first of all, this is going to be easy? I don't. I feel like there are going to be, obstacles in your way. Your current partner may be one of them. But I don't feel like that's going to stop you. And I do feel like, it could turn into like a battle of like finances. But here's the thing. I feel like whatever I have to sacrifice, I'll regain that. I'll regain that. And I do feel like your current relationship, I kind of feel like the love, I feel like it's over. But do I feel like, you might get a little bit of a difficult time there? I do, but it's nothing you can't overcome. So, I want to take a card on this side, awareness, which is a magician, and then the Nine of Swords over here, suffering in silence. First of all, the Nine of Pentacles, even though it is a card of Virgo, it also has the other side of Virgo, the Nine of Swords. And the Nine of Swords is really for Virgo, where I feel like it's overthinking. But I don't feel like that's Virgo. I'm just stating that's also a Virgo card. I just find it interesting. I feel like, you haven't been in a happy place for a while. And it's interesting because I feel like, just cutting ties from your current partner alone, I feel like is good for you. I feel like that helps like eliminate some of these challenges. Um, I do like that the Nine of Pentacles showed up representing Virgo because to me, it does feel like a very independent nature, but it's also for you. And I feel like that's what it's saying. Like you will be, like, I do feel like you will cut ties with your partner, your current partner. But, and I also want to say, but at the same time, I feel like, I can look at my current partner and yes, love can be gone and all that, but I feel like it was meant to happen. Like the two of you are meant to be together. So to me, it means there's something to learn from that energy. You know what I mean? Like, or another way of putting it is like, there's no need to live in regret because I have grown. Just how you said Virgo is a high vibrational man. I feel like you are also, on that energy, on that vibration. And I don't feel like your current partner is. And I know you don't really want to know that much about that, but I feel like, it's trying to cover all the bases here. Um, I don't feel like this is a fast moving type of relationship. I do feel like it's going to move into a relationship. I don't know that it's fast. And I feel like one of the reasons is because of the obstacles. You have 3 5s, so it's like 3 changes, right? But I feel like one of the changes is just really within myself, like finding emotional clarity within myself, finding, inner harmony, being at my best. I'm going to take one right in the middle, the Empress. Let's go right beside her. Look at that. Fulfillment of wishes. Another 9, by the way. That looks really good. The Empress. It's your own vibration. The Empress is, she's learned to keep her heart open, loving, nurturing, right? She doesn't allow past relationships to like have any effect in her future. A bad seed is a bad seed, and she knows that. But I feel like this is you moving. I feel like this is you moving through the experience of number one, cutting ties with your current partner, becoming independent on your own, finding that inner harmony, not overthinking, especially with a Virgo. And I say that because, Virgo can, even if high vibrational Virgo, I just know this from being a Virgo, we don't always show our emotions or speak our emotions, but we show them until we become very comfortable with someone, and then we open up. I feel like this new person, I feel like they definitely look at you in a loving way. And I do feel like, this is saying that a dream is going to come true. A wish is going to be fulfilled. But I feel like first we got to deal with these fives. And I feel like there are no obstacles you cannot overcome. And you just have to know that. And again, if let's just say your current partner, I don't know if like financially you're like, tied together, but I feel like if that's the case, whatever you have to sacrifice to then move on, just make that sacrifice because I feel like you'll regain whatever it is you've lost tenfold. Because I feel like it's almost like an empty sack up here. Like, all the air has been taken out of one relationship. And I do feel like this next relationship, it feels very good. It feels very grounded. I don't know that it's going to be the fastest moving, but I guess that's really going to be up to like, you, because you are cutting ties, and your current partner, hopefully there's no drama attached to that. But even if there is, don't allow yourself to get pulled into it because everything is moving in a positive direction. Just keep your eyes and ears, like your spiritual eyes and ears open. And I feel like if Virgo, how do I say this? Not if he goes quiet, but what do I want to say here? First of all, I feel like you both value freedom. And I don't mean that like, like I want to be alone. No, freedom even within a relationship, freedom to make choices, right? Freedom, and maybe you didn't have that before. It's like someone else was trying to put their 2 cents over what you wanted to do. So I feel like you're moving into a very good time, a very good period. But there are these just the cutting of ties. I feel like that's your obstacle. Um, but I feel like Virgo looks at you in a very good light, a very good light. And I love that what comes out with that is literally fulfillment of wishes. Just don't get worried if things go slower. But by the way, Aquarius doesn't want to move fast in love either. It's like I want to be sure, right? And that's the same way Virgo is. So I do feel like let's just take one more. We have the Hierophant, wisdom, another five, by the way. But I feel like this is about you, your belief system, your faith, what it is you want in your life, knowing that it's perfectly fine to go after what you want, even though I do feel like in a way your current partner is going to be hurt, but you know, it's just because I feel like, well, I feel like we don't even need to talk about that. And I feel like you met Virgo at the right time because I do feel like both of you are um, on the same vibrational type energy. And I feel like Virgo has, hold you in high regards. But I also feel like, the leaving of the current partner is really important. I feel like it's going to be important because I feel like otherwise I don't know how long I'd hang on. So I feel like that is just a little bit of the obstacle, but I feel like everything else is moving in the right direction. Yeah, okay. I'm going to let that be, but 3 9s. So, this could be a period of time of reflection, but also change. And change is really what we're looking for. right? So that you can then be with your Virgo and not have anything come between the two of you. Okay. Oh, I just keep knocking myself out of the comments. Bliss. Please guide me on my life purpose. Hi, Sandy. Hi, Bliss. All right, guidance for your life purpose. I'm going to use the Good Tarot. I would tell everybody today, try to have patience, because I can already tell that I'm not going to be moving quickly. You know what I mean? Like, and what I mean by that is I have a feeling that just by the way the readings are going, that they're not going to be short little readings. All right, Bliss. You know, your purpose is to live your best life. I already know that. Your purpose is, you know, to follow your heart's desire. But beyond that, is there anything in particular for Bliss that, you know, I almost want to say that your soul wanted to accomplish in this lifetime? But I'm leaving it open to your guides, but I do feel like that. Like, is there anything that Bliss has really come here into this lifetime to accomplish? But also life purpose. But I feel like they go hand in hand. All right, we have the Strength card. Carleo. About courage. Courage from what? The overcoming. You know, the Strength card to me is about taking a deep dive within ourselves. I wouldn't be surprised if you're someone who's had some difficult situations that, you know, you had to overcome. And then there's probably reason behind that. You know, like you may be, which I feel a lot of you are, including myself. It's like from your own experiences. I feel like then you help others. Now, it doesn't have to be like that's what I do for a living. It's just your natural energy if you allow it to be. So, not looking back and regretting again. You know, I'm getting that today a lot. Like, don't look back and regret. Instead, learn what I can learn about all my experiences. Because what does that do for me? Well, it gives me strength. It gives me courage, right? It allows me to know myself. We have justice. You know what I feel, Bliss? I feel that you don't like it if things don't seem fair and just in the world. This person's sword is down, so she's not in any type of aggressive energy. And justice is about finding balance. But I also feel it's your energy. You know, it's almost like I had like some of my experiences, if I allowed them, they taught me so much. And then turning around and helping others in that energy. We have the Page of Swords. And then we have temptation. Interesting. Temptation mirroring the Strength card. Card of Capricorn, by the way. Libra or Leo. I didn't say any of that. But it's interesting the temptation is mirroring the strength card. So there is something I feel like you did need to overcome. Um, and I feel like you did, or you will. And it may not just be a one time thing. It's almost like I got tempted into the dark, but it's through the dark that I found my light. I also feel like using your voice. So you may be like literally um, speaking about your own experiences and again helping others to overcome. Again, I feel like you are justice. Like you're concerned what is fair and just in the world. And I feel like you do want to help, in any way that you can. But it feels like your voice, it's almost like a voice of an angel. If you have any type of energy where it feels like, let's just say this is probably the past where you kept getting tempted into like a dark energy, let's just say, but now you realize that. Because I asked your guides, like, um well, I forget what I was going to say now. We have the emperor, the defender of man. We have the sun, I'm sorry, the star card of Aquarius. But this is about your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. And, to me, the star card is really learning that I'm working hand in hand with divine about bringing, my wishes into my reality. It's not a miracle. It's like me putting that energy out and the universe answering it. So it's like working hand in hand. I get to feeling like you in some way. It's interesting because the meaning of my name is defender of man. And I'm feeling that here, like you are in some way helping defend others, or it may be an avenue you want to think about. You may not, you may be like, I don't have a clue what you're talking about right now. We have the magician. But that may mean that you're going to start receiving epiphanies, literally because you asked the question. I feel like your guides are going to not start, but maybe you'll recognize like new signs. How I was saying, like in the star card, like we have to work hand in hand with divine. Well, you have the magician right there. So that's exactly the energy that I would look for with the star. Understanding that I can manifest my life the way I want it to be. And then you have the emperor over here, where this is really someone that we look up to. you know, um, yes, it could be a male, but I feel like because this is your reading, it's representing you. So, in some way, you're defending, or at least you can help defend others. Nine of Cups, inner harmony. I feel like this is just saying that through your own experiences, you've had to find, or you're finding balance right now. And when balance, like when you feel balanced, then I feel like your energy just naturally helps others. And again, sometimes it's just the vibration of someone's voice, but I do feel like you may be speaking, talking about the things that, you at one time was tempted towards. And now you understand it. Now you found this inner harmony, or you're finding inner harmony, that is here to be had. And it's mirroring the emperor. And oftentimes I feel like the emperor is a business owner, a manager. a leader of the people, and he leads the people through his own experiences, her own experiences. This is someone who's methodical, who thinks things out, puts a plan in place, where the Empress just kind of goes through her creative energy. This may talk like putting plans in place can certainly help you. But I feel like ultimately you are, inner harmony is, what is our purpose? It is to find that inner harmony. It's also to look back and understand like the growth that we have. Because if we remember that Earth is a classroom, right? We're here to learn lessons. And yes, we are, there is a test at the end. Um, and I'm not talking about judgment, because I don't feel like we're judged in that way. I feel like we got to, sometimes you just got to do whatever you got to do just to make it through the day type of thing. But I feel like your purpose is really just to speak about the things that you've overcome and how you've done that. And again, if I'm worried, like, well, will people react to that? Will people, you know, listen to me? The answer is yes. I'm going to take one right in the middle. Page of Fire, Page of Wands. Taking risk. Take risk in your life. Page of Wands to me is someone who does follow their desires, their passion. I do feel like the Page of Wands, does fall, but gets back up. I mean, don't we all, right? But Page of Wands to me is someone who gets back up, right? I don't allow, a matter of fact, what I learned from the times that I have fallen, I feel like that's your purpose. Just to keep on keeping on and look at your life again as like all the wisdom you have gained through, especially the hardest of lessons. But I also love you have the Star here and then the Nine of Cups, because the Nine of Cups is a fulfillment of a wish. The Star is the wish. And I also want to add in, I already know like part of your purpose is just to find this inner harmony, right? To find like how to be calm in the midst of chaos, how not to get pulled into situations that, your intuition is telling you no, learning really to listen to your intuition. Because I feel like really, like the only term I can think of is like a spiritual teacher. Now, it doesn't mean I'm like doing it as a business, but maybe you are. And I feel like if you are, it must, it probably feels good, because I feel like as I speak about these things, it helps to bring that energy out of my body, if that makes sense. So, you have a lot of powerful energy, the ability to manifest a dream coming true or a wish coming true. But you do have to take a chance, right? Take a chance on yourself. And I feel like literally you are like the calm energy in the midst of a storm. And your voice, like your voice is important, whether I'm speaking to one person or I'm speaking to hundreds of people. Okay, I'm going to let that be. All right, I'm going to try to get some of these donations now. Sorry, guys. Hi, Lady of the Lake. Hi, Messenger with Mia. Messages with Mia. You must have a channel. By the way, if anybody else has like a channel, certainly share it with us. We'd be happy to support you. Also, I'm looking for crystals. Um, so if anybody like has that kind of business, let me know. Cards. Okay. Live 88, 88. Live. What reading did I do where we got 4 8s in a row? I think it was Capricorn. I think it was Capricorn. Whoa, everything just jumped. Hang on one second. All right. So Liv, I have been with my wife for almost 7 years. This last week she started pulling away and says she doesn't know if she wants to be in the marriage. Should I leave? Is her feeling temporary? Interesting. All right, so you've been together for the 7 years. It's like that 7 year itch. And she started pulling away and said she doesn't know if she wants to be in the marriage. Is this a temporary? What's causing that? What's causing that? And is it temporary? Is there anything that we can do? I'm going to use the Universal Tarot. Sirens just went off, Liv. I don't know why I'm saying that, but they did. All right. With Page of Wands. King of Cups. Three Cups. The Knight of Pentacles. Beautiful. I'm going to go right below that, though. And then we'll talk about it. Page of Pentacles. Look at that. 2 pages. It's interesting also because we have the Knight of Pentacles here. And, to me, that's our guardian angel energy. This night talks about right timing, right? I bring you this pentacle in the right time, not before, not after. But then literally the Page of Pentacles shows up after that, and the page is holding the pentacle. So I feel like it arrives, but what's its purpose? We have the Lovers. We have Justice. We have the 3 of Pentacles. We have the 10 of Wands. And I'm going to take one over here. We have the Queen of Pentacles. All right. Let's look at this for a second. First thing I noticed with this is this king. And the king is either you or your wife. And the king is looking down. That's what we got to learn in readings. Like, it doesn't matter if we're male, female. I still read kings and queens as either. It doesn't matter to me. But this king is looking down at the Lovers. And his head's down a little bit. I feel like this is your wife. Like, for some reason, there feels like, uncertainty. And, I don't love that Justice is here. can represent a divorce. But at the same time, you know, this Ten of Wands to me feels like it's got something to do with it. This is like a lot of responsibility. This is where, it feels like the weight of the world is on my shoulders. But yet it feels like both the pages are carrying that energy, and I feel like that's you and your wife. I feel like there's something going on. And I don't mean like, like your wife is seeing anyone. That's not what I'm saying. I feel like there's something going on in a relationship. Um, and should you leave? I don't think. I don't think you should. Because I feel like this is energy that, I feel like there's some type of issue. Someone feels like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. Now, maybe you both feel that way, but I feel like one in particular. And it kind of makes me feel like it might be your wife. But I also feel like this is something that we can deal with, right? Because I feel like there is love here. And I feel like there's something that maybe you're missing. And I mean that as in like I don't know, like something that I can figure out here. So I feel like you guys can figure this out. But I do feel like right now you're kind of you know, in an ebb, not a flow, like in the valley, not on top. But that doesn't mean you can't move back that way. And, I don't know if like your wife feels like you don't appreciate her on a soul level. I think you do. But I do feel like there's something, like there feels like there's something that's just being held back that really needs to be talked about. Let's go right in the middle of that. We have the Eight of Cups. Interesting. Something within the emotional house. I don't know if someone's like drinking. Um, you know, it's interesting. The question, should I leave? And then you get the Eight of Cups, which is leaving, right? You have Justice, which is cutting of ties, potentially could be divorce. But, do I feel like you should leave? I don't, because I feel like there is something going on, but I feel that we can work this out. But I do feel like we both have to be able to work it out. I also feel the Knight of Pentacles is here to help. Like, okay, let me put it this way. I feel, and maybe this is how your wife feels, I'm not sure, but I feel like I'm not being recognized. I'm not being recognized. Um, like I feel like I'm not being recognized in this relationship. I'm not being seen in some way. And whether you know what I'm talking about or not, if you don't, then this is something that she's just holding in, right? That she's not talking about. I do feel like you guys have a very special connection. And even if there is, let's just say, a split, I kind of feel like it would be temporary. But do we have to get to that point? I feel like you shouldn't leave, and unless it gets to a point where you feel like disrespected, you feel like this cannot be saved, then I would say, yes, leave. But again, I still feel that may even be temporary because I do feel like there's love here. And I feel like there's chemistry, but I also feel like, somewhere along the way, I feel, and I don't know who, when I say I, if I'm speaking about you or her, but again, I feel like, I'm not being seen, maybe appreciated. Now, it could just be the way someone feels, doesn't have to mean that's what's going on. But listen, I definitely feel the connection between the two of you. And I kind of love the Knight of Pentacles here. It almost makes me feel like this can be saved, right? But yes, we do have to talk. We have to figure this out. Why is someone feeling like they're not being seen or maybe heard? I'm not really getting the energy of heard, but just like maybe, we're not as loving towards each other as we used to be. It's kind of like that 7-year itch. Four of Swords. Beautiful. So this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, first of all, do whatever you feel is right for you. Always trust your own intuition above mine and anyone else's. Trust your own. But that's that initial, instinct. But I love that the Four of Swords just came out. So it literally saying that, whatever is broken can be healed. But I do feel like it's some type of an emotional issue. Um, and I don't know if like you're saying, should I leave before she leaves me? Like, should I be the one who leaves? I feel like no, not if this is what you really want, because I do feel like, there could be a chance where this turns around. But I do feel like, discussions need to be had. Um, Even if, like, let's say she says, I don't feel like you appreciate me anymore, and you feel like you do, still listen. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like both have to do that, like actively listen to each other. Because I feel like whatever issues we're dealing with, we can overcome them. Because I don't feel like it has to do with like, I no longer love you. Mm-mm. No, I feel like the love is still there, but so are the daily issues. You know, maybe she's feeling like, like the weight of the world is on her shoulders. Let's just take one more card over that. Seven of Pentacles. It's almost like she's questioning, what is this meant to be? But again, your guardian angel here, it's not just for you, it's for both of you. Um, I do feel like it's meant to be. And I do feel like there's a very good chance that this relationship can be healed. But I do feel like, we have to talk about what we're feeling emotionally, and we have to actively listen, because I feel like if we talk over each other, well, that just feels like that would be the end. Not that both shouldn't speak their piece, but you know what I mean? When I say actively listen, it's like when someone's speaking, I'm thinking of my response before they're even done speaking. No, I want to listen completely, and because I feel like there's little things that you'll be able to pick up. But I'm going extra long here again. But I do feel like I let's just say I feel like this marriage can be saved. Um, I feel like walk away if you feel like you have to walk away. But if you're walking away because you want to be the first to walk away, that I don't feel like that's the answer. All right. A little bit of a mixed bag, right? Because I feel like it could go either way. It could go either way. Um, but to answer your question, I feel like the energy I'm feeling is no, don't walk away. Let's try to heal this first. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can bring this back together. Let's remember the good times. And because this is real life, right? This is like issues. Again, someone feels like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. And it may be individually or it may be both of you. But I feel like that needs to be talked about. But I feel like the chemistry is very good. You know what I mean? I feel like the love has not died. I feel like everything to have a good relationship, I feel like is already in place. It's just certain issues. So is it temporary? Well, I feel like if you walked away, then it wouldn't be temporary. And that's why I feel like, if you really want to save this marriage, then I would say, you know, be willing to do whatever work it takes. Because again, with guardian angel energy here and the four swords, I do feel like this can be turned around. Um, but there's free will, and that I cannot control. But I do love that the four swords came out. Okay. I know I didn't give any signs, but do we really need signs when we're just doing like a one on one? I don't think so. All right, I'm not ignoring anyone. I just want to move down the line. Hi, Yara. Lady of the Lake. My mother passed on Sunday. Oh, I am so sorry. What can you see around her? Will the family move closer now? We have had a difficult few years. Thanks, Sandy. You're very welcome. Again, I'm very sorry. Um, the first thing that popped into my mind, it's not those who crossed over who are in pain. It's us. It's the ones left here on earth. Because I feel like this sense of freedom with your mom. Like if there was anything, like I get this image of like maybe like I had a hard time walking, maybe I had arthritis or something like that. And I feel like, well, that's gone, now I can run. So I feel like, the first message is, don't worry about me. Yeah, don't worry about me. Okay, let's bring out, I don't know the name of this deck. I've had this deck forever. Um, it's funny, I was pulling out all my decks and I was like, oh, I forgot about you. So, all right. Give it a cut. Four of Swords. Beautiful. Look at Mother Mary. It's almost like Mother Mary was watching over your mom. And I also feel like this is saying that, I'm healed. As your mother, I'm healed. And I also feel like you may not get like really clear messages for a little while. And the reason is because I feel like, there's things that I need to accomplish. Like there's, um, yeah, like life reviews and just all kinds of energy. And then the messages I feel like will be strong. We have the Six of Pentacles, Six of Cups, and the Queen of Pentacles. I feel like the Queen of Pentacles is your mom. Again, doesn't matter her sign. And I'm saying that because she is mirroring the Four of Swords, and I already know this is your mom. In the Four of Swords, I feel it like so strongly, like where there is nothing left to heal. Like I am whole. We have the Alchemist, the Magician, Death card. I feel like also, well, I'm feeling a couple different things. First of all, I feel like from your mom, it's like remember our cherished memories. Like, keep that on your mind. I do feel like there's a little imbalance within the family, where some may have their hands out and, like in an unfair way. However, I do feel at the same time, I feel like, what do I want to say? Um, I do feel like your mom's trying to the best of her ability, to help the family. Now, she can't override, just like any of our spirit guides, free will. So I do feel like there is some discontentment within the family unit, so to speak. We have Temperance, and let's take one more. We have the King of Wands. So we have the Queen of Pentacles and the King of Wands. But we have Temperance here, which is about divine timing, right? Following the Death card. And I feel like not moving things too quickly. I do feel like it was your mom's time. I know that may be hard to hear, but I do feel like that. Like I feel like we all have our exit dates. Though I feel like, there's more than one that we get to pick and choose. And I feel like it feels like it was your mom's time. And I know that's maybe hard to hear, like on an earthly level, but on a spiritual level, it's really kind of beautiful because I feel like, your mom is whole, is surrounded in love, is love, all of that. Six of Pentacles, though, is making me feel like things are definitely unbalanced with the living. So I want to look at that with the Two of Cups. Interesting. And then the Five of Cups. Huh. Dare I say, it's hard. Like, should I say that? Like, I feel that you're your mom's favorite. Doesn't mean like I didn't love everyone, but there was something about you. Um, I feel like you two had maybe a different type of relationship than the rest. And I also feel like, I know you're gonna miss your mom and all that, but I feel like your mom really wants you to keep your thoughts on the memories, on the good times, on everything, like your childhood. Okay, so now, will it bring the family? Is there an opportunity for the family to come closer together? Well, I feel like there is at least one person who feels a little off balance. Now, when I say off balance, it doesn't mean, you know, I don't know what I mean by that, but I feel like there's one person that's a little off balance. So, with that in mind, we have the Eight of Wands and the Empress. Look at that. There's your mom's energy. I feel like your mother is certainly going to put the energy behind helping you. But also, I feel like, in a way, I feel like this is bringing people together. And I do get this feeling like, if I have to deal with an estate or anything like that, not to move too quickly. You know what I mean? Like, don't move. I don't know why, but I just get this feeling like, don't move. Like, there's no need to move quickly. So maybe there is someone who's asking you to move, like, let's get this ball rolling. But yet, I feel like it needs some time. Seven of Cups, yeah. Talk to your mom because she can hear you and ask her for her guidance and then listen because I feel like signs will be sent. I feel like your mom's energy as it relates to sending signs, I'm not quite like in that space, so to speak, but my energy is still there. And I do feel like, it's interesting because I feel like your mom is helping you from the other side. Um, and I do feel like, it's going to bring the family, let's just say, closer together. But I do feel like I feel like there's one person who is a little off balanced or maybe like, gimme, 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 gimme. And I feel like that's why it's like, don't go too quickly here. We'll take one more over that. Seven of Wands. All right. Seven of Wands. I feel like this is what I got to beware of. Seven of Wands is really where I'm fighting off attacks, right? Like battling other people's energy. It is the energy of standing your ground. I don't know if you were, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the title when someone passes? Oh my gosh, you'd think I would know this. I've lost so many people. Um, that's handling the state, let's say. I do feel like I do feel like there's going to be a little back and forth. There's going to be a little back and forth, but it is saying to stand your ground. I feel like that's what your mom's saying, stand your ground. Don't do whatever you're not feeling comfortable in doing. There doesn't seem like a need to go quickly. It feels the opposite, like, let's take our time here. And, again, I just feel like it's one person. It's like one person comes and, I just, I feel like you just got to stand your ground. All right, your mom's telling me take one more. Got Three of Swords. Well, that makes sense. You know what I feel like this is saying? is I may not want to make serious decisions as I'm going through the mourning period. Allow myself to mourn, allow myself to feel, but also then to understand that, you know, uh, the mourning is, yes, I'll miss my mom, but mom is fine. Like, mom is more than fine. But I do see also like her influence on, what's going to happen down here on earth. So I feel like, stand your ground, give yourself some time. If someone's got like their hands out, they got to wait. You know what I mean? I feel like they just have to wait. And that's what I'm seeing, like I just feel like it's one person, but you would probably know who that person is. And I just feel like you were mom's favorite. Maybe what that means is I could count on you. Well, no. Let you know, you're her favorite. Doesn't mean I didn't love everyone. All right. I hope that helped. That's too bad. All right. Hi, Jamie. When will Lauren get back to me on my lab diamond? Oh, you still haven't heard. Oh, I missed you too. Um, all right. Just want to make sure there's no PayPal's up there. I think it's time for the Tarot of Dreams. Let's give him a shuffle. So, when will Lauren get back to you about your lab diamond? Your lab diamond? I thought you weren't going that direction. I know I'm just talking. But yeah, I didn't think you were going that direction. Okay, I tried to pick them up. They didn't want to come up, so we're going to take them. All right, we have the Lovers. Head of Heart Decision. We have the Emperor. We have the King of Pentacles. First thing I want to say is I feel like Lauren knows what she's doing. Like, I feel like I can count on that. I'm not going to say she's an expert in her field, but I do feel like she knows what she's talking about. We have the Moon. Could certainly talk about uncertainty. We have the Seven of Pentacles. We have the Three Swords. And then we have the Ten of Wands. But can I tell you, what I'm feeling in this Ten of Wands is the pressure. But that's how a diamond is made, through the pressure, right? At least I feel like I'm right. I feel like you wanted it yesterday, but it may take time. I feel like, the moon is definitely representing uncertainty, but I feel like it'll be worth it. It'll be worth the wait. And again, I feel like that, like the weight of it, but I mean that as in how a diamond is made. Ten of Pentacles. Beautiful. Um, I feel like I feel like this energy cannot be rushed. I can try to rush it, but then I feel like then I wouldn't be satisfied. So I need to give it the time that it needs. I feel like I'm in the works right now. Like if I'm Lauren, like I'm working on it right now. I do feel like I forget what your question was now, Jamie. Will Lauren get back to you? Yeah, she's going to get back to you, even though I don't have any energy of communication. But I do feel like this is saying that you can trust her. That, I do feel like she knows what she's doing. And if she doesn't, then there's people around her who do. And I feel like ultimately, like there's going to be satisfaction, but I'm questioning myself because I feel like you're looking for a particular ring, let's say, and like you've had a few and you weren't satisfied with them, but I feel like this could ultimately be the one. I'm confused though because I didn't think you were going that direction. But nonetheless, I feel like, this period of time of how long it may take to make a diamond, and I have no clue, but I feel like that's part of the element. But I feel like it's being worked on. You know what I mean? Like whether it's just being researched or it's being worked on. I just want to look at the moon. Three of Cups. So reason to celebrate. Interesting. You may hear from her, all of a sudden I'm getting in my head in 3 days. I don't feel like it's 3 months, but I feel like it's either 3 days or 3 weeks. But I feel more 3 days. Take away Sunday though. Think of business days, 3 business days. And then I feel like maybe you don't only hear, but maybe you see it. So I would say give her 3 days. Trust her as much as you can. I mean, I feel like you trust her. But yeah, I kind of feel like it's being made in a way. Hi, Kim. Messages with Mia. Hi, Sandy. I would like to know about a man that I just can't get off my mind. He was a very short-lived relationship, sadly, but he seems to appear in very synchronized ways. What is he trying to tell me? All right, let me reread that. But a man that I just can't get off my mind. He was a very short-lived relationship, sadly, but he seems to appear in very synchronized ways. What is he trying to tell me? Okay. I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot, Mia. So this relationship with this man that Mia was having, even though it feels over, there's still energy existing. What is it about? We have the Three of Wands. That's the energy of optimism. We have the Four of Swords. We have the World. Interesting. We have the Five of Wands. I don't know if things didn't end on a good term. Four of Cups. Two Pentacles. Two of Wands. Queen of Cups. The Devil. The Ten of Wands. The Eight of Swords. Wow, we get a lot of cards. The Lovers. And then the Seven of Wands. Okay. I feel like somewhere in this relationship there seems to have been some drama. And, it's interesting because the Seven of Wands really is about standing one's ground. But it's coming over the Five of Wands, which is really a battling type energy. It can be a lot of drama, right? It's coming from the ego. But it can be because of different things. I'm seeing this Eight of Swords down here, which is that self-created prison. And it's also interesting because we do have the Devil here. Let that bike go by or whatever that was. And not in this deck, but a lot of times in I think it's the Psychic Tarot where you'll see the Devil's influence. Let's just say Satan's influence over the Lovers. And it's an illusionary type energy. Almost like you guys were pulled into this battling type energy, but it doesn't feel like that was the natural energy between the two of you. I get this feeling that even though it's over, I get this feeling that it may have an opportunity to start again. That's if you choose. We do have the Four of Swords. So I do feel like, and it is coming before the World, and the World is the next chapter. So I feel like this is saying, like, the more you can have an optimistic view, not even about just this person, but in your life. This is where I'm saying to the universe, I'm going to live in the present moment. I'm going to plant my seeds right here, right now. And I'm just going to trust that my ships will come in, and they will come in, and then that healing of, because I feel like something happened that, first of all, it caused this self-created prison. But that doesn't feel natural to me for you. Like, I don't feel like this is like naturally the energy you're in. But yet I do feel like it was created. I feel like there's an opportunity of this potentially coming back together. Now, as I say that, that's if you want. Doesn't have to be. But I do feel like there is an opportunity for this potentially to come back together. But for that to be successful, I can't be in the Eight of Swords energy, because in the Eight of Swords energy, it's a self-created prison. It is really where I'm trying to protect myself, right? Like I've been injured here. Excuse me. But I have to free myself from this energy, and I need to trust within my intuition, because when the self-created, when it's created, it's really like a message to the universe and I'm not trusting my own intuition. Now, sometimes I feel like it just literally means I'm taking a time out. But at the same time, this person has a blindfold on. This person has loosely tied their arms and their hands. So they're telling themselves that they're stuck, but it's not the truth. Again, with the devil here, there could be a lot of illusions going on that really aren't of the truth. Um, I feel like there's a potential this is going to come back together. And I feel like part of the message here is to take it slow. Take it slow if that's what you want. Again, and I have a feeling that's why you're getting these synchronicities because you know because it may come back around again. I feel like it will come back around again. But what energy am I going to be in? And I feel like in the Eight of Swords, like if maybe I'm not, maybe I am, it's not what I want. But part of me feels like it is what you want. But it doesn't mean it has to be. Like I need to make that clear, right? Just because one relationship doesn't work out doesn't mean like that you won't find great love. But I do feel like here's the thing. I kind of feel like this is going to come back around again. But I feel like if it goes to a place of ego, like a lot of ego, that may be your clue that, yes, maybe this was meant to happen for a period of time, which to me, which means I'm learning something from this. They're learning something from this. Um, and part of that is not to create these prisons. So I feel like there's a good chance this is going to come back around. And I do feel like there's chemistry between the two of you. I do feel like you're both missing each other, whether those words have been spoken or not. I do feel like it was short lived. So I feel like as this comes back around, because again, I feel like it will, if you're not sure, is this my person? Then I feel like you got to take it slow because I feel like whatever issues there were that caused the breakup, let's just say, we got to make sure that that was dealt with, that we understand it, that it's not a repeat. Because this, with the devil here, the only thing I fear is this can be one of those energies that repeats and then repeats again. And I don't feel like that's what you're looking for. Like, I'm not looking for, like, these temporary little relationships. I'm looking for the one. I feel like, I don't know. I get this feeling like things were left unsaid, undone. Like there wasn't like this final closure type of energy. But I do feel like, why are you thinking about him? Because I feel like they're thinking about you. Let's go right in the middle. Queen of Swords. Truth, honesty, integrity. And I feel like those are your requirements. Like that's what I need, purity. So I would say if this is something that you really want back in your life, I feel like there's a good chance of that happening. But I also feel like, let's say it does come back around, I would take my time and I would, like, probably without saying anything, I would be analyzing it in a way of like, okay, can I see myself with this person for the rest of my life? Because I feel like there's certain elements that you would have to say, okay, then I'm going to have to be able to deal with that. But with all that being said, I feel like the chemistry was really good. I do feel like there is an opportunity for this to go in a good, like, follow a good path. But yet, in the same breath, we can't control someone else's free will. So I feel like as it comes back around, if you notice it going to a place of like the ego, I feel like that's your clue that maybe it wasn't meant to be, or I shouldn't say it wasn't meant to be, but maybe it's teaching you something. And that's if it goes in that direction. That just means, like if there's certain energy, something broke us up, right? There's something. And if it's not dealt with, then there's a chance of like a repeat pattern, and you don't want that, right? But I feel good about this. I feel good, but I also feel like at the same time I got to take my time because I don't feel like you're just looking for, a short little relationship. I feel like you're looking for the one. So if it comes back around, which I do feel it will, those are the questions you want to ask yourself. Can I see myself spending the rest of my life with this person with the way that they sit, the way that they are? And if the answer is yes, then I would say continue moving forward. And I feel like you'll know. Like you'll know. But I feel like if ego follows, that's a clue. This queen is mirroring the Four of Cups, and I do feel like you're the queen. Four of Cups does talk about a little bit of discontentment in one's life, but this person is being offered a cup. And through that cup, you're being asked to use your spiritual discernment relating to whether you say yay or nay. So I do feel like, and then you have the Two of Pentacles right there, but then you also have the Two of Wands. So it's like using the logical mind to decide whether I'm going to go forward or not. I feel like this Ten of Wands down here, that's also got to be dealt with. I don't know if like, I often feel in the Ten of Wands in a relationship, it means that one partner was taking on the brunt of the responsibility of a relationship. Um, and that's not good. So I feel like if that is your case and it comes back around and it seems to follow that line, then honestly, Mia, I'd probably be like, okay, this probably isn't my person. Not for the rest of my life, anyway. Now, let's say it comes back around and it doesn't move into an ego place. Instead, it's very clear what this person has interest in you. It's very clear that, I am also looking for a long-term relationship. Then I'd say move forward. But I feel like you really got to trust your intuition as this comes back around again. Because sometimes we think that we want someone and then we get them and then we're like, what the hell? Okay, gonna let that be. I feel like it's been forever since I've been on here doing these. Excuse me, guys. I'm so sorry. Nadia. Nadia Cruz. I think that's how you say it. My boyfriend has been pulling away lately and has been saying that I'm the problem. But I also think he needs to work on things himself. What do my angels want me to know about this situation? All right, so your boyfriend's been pulling away lately and has been saying that you're the problem, but you think he needs to work on things himself. You can already feel the discord between the two. So, but let's ask, what do your angels want you to know about this situation? I feel like I want to use the Psychic Tarot again. Let's give it a couple good shuffles though. All right. Oh, I didn't even mean to cut them. Patience, temperance, divine timing. Love begins. The Ace of Cups. Movement, choices, decisions. Emotional withdrawal. That's the Eight of Cups. The Wheel, destiny. The Five of Cups, emotional loss. Under the Ace of Cups, where it literally says love begins. Firm foundation. I feel that's what's lacking. Foundation and achievements. 44. And then the Ace of Wands. Okay. First of all, you do have the marriage card here, the commitment card. But it does feel like emotionally, like it does feel like someone is emotionally withdrawing. But why? Well, I feel a little bit of it is, I do feel like your vibrations aren't really equal. And I do feel like that's a little bit of an issue. It's almost like, I say something, I speak something, but then it's like heard in a completely different way than how I said it. You know what I mean? I do feel like there needs to be a little growth on his side. I don't know. I get this feeling that I don't know. I get this feeling that I don't know if he has a hard time making like real commitments. And I feel like the reason why, if that's the case, I feel like it stems from like childhood type of energy. You know, I definitely feel like there's love. It's definitely showing passion. But listen, I feel like sometimes, it's lying low, but it's still there. I do see the withdrawing. I'm going to go on the other end. Wisdom, Hierophant. I have to take your side because I feel like your vibrations are just a little different. And what I mean by that is I feel like you look at the world in one way and he looks at the world in another way. And there's nothing wrong with that because we can learn a lot from each other in that energy. But if someone's unwilling to learn, then someone's unwilling to learn. I feel like the foundation is just a little off kilter. This feels like another one of those relationships where I feel like it's got great potential, but love does take work. And if someone's not willing to put in the work, then it's hard for for a relationship to stand the test of time. And I feel like your vibration is pretty high. So, I feel like if, this is not to put all the blame on the other person. It just simply means that you're on two different vibrational levels. You understand life in different ways, like you may handle situations differently. And again, there's nothing wrong with that because if we recognize that, we can really learn from each other. But if we don't recognize that, then I do feel like it's the energy that just kind of falls away. Now, if it falls away, I don't want you to think that's the end of it, like it's the end of your love life, because I never think that. I do feel like you're soulmates. And it's interesting because I feel like you're here really to help him more than the other way around, but I feel like it's not being received. It's almost like being misunderstood. Let's go right in the middle. Look at that, the Nine of Cups, fulfillment of wishes. This is another relationship where I feel like having like real discussions without bringing our ego into it is really a must because I feel like it does have the potential um, that's really needed, right? It's like the love is there, the passion is there, but there are also issues. And I feel like that stems from maybe the beginning of the relationship, maybe like it wasn't built on a solid foundation. Doesn't mean that it can't be, but and that can mean sometimes I move too quickly, but it doesn't mean that we can't strengthen our foundation. I do feel like that you're meant to be together. I mean, here's the wheel. Doesn't mean for the rest of your life. That's really up to you. Because I kind of feel like um I feel like if we went our separate ways, I do feel like we would miss each other. All right. So with that being said, tell me what needs to happen. We have the Nine of Pentacles. Interesting, we have two nines here. And then we have the Tower. Now, don't freak out because I don't feel like that tower has to happen. I feel like you're a very independent person. And maybe that's hard to understand. You know what I mean? Like, because I know that energy. That's how I feel. And I know a lot of guys will look at that like, well, there's no room for me then. Well, that's not true, right? It's like someone needs to respect that fact about you. Um, but I also get this feeling, let's say that this doesn't work out. I feel like you're going to be fine. I feel like I do. I feel like you're going to be fine if it doesn't work out. And just the way the tower is now over that foundation again, I feel like there's part of our issue. And then I'm looking at these two nines and I'm thinking, okay, so one comes from an emotional nature and the other one comes more from like an independent type nature. Can we mesh the two? I feel like the answer is yes. But I also want to take one more. Okay, so the Eight of Swords, I wanted to look at that tower. That's a fear factor. Maybe I'm worried that the tower is going to happen. But this is really the energy of not doing anything about anything. And I feel like, again, it feels like discussions need to happen. I feel like we need to understand that we're not the same, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like, not being the same means that we have a lot that we can help each other with. Now, if we can look at it that way, right? If we can't look at it that way, then we may just say there's too many differences. I don't feel like it happened. Like, I don't feel like this came together for no reason at all. I feel like this is like a soul's quest, but that doesn't even mean on a soul's quest that it is meant to be forever. Um, because let's just say that it doesn't work out. Well, it's still showing you in a very good light. Like, it's showing you like independent. It's showing you having inner harmony, even if it doesn't work out. This Eight of Swords is the only thing that worries me, especially coming over the tower, right? This is I could be something I don't want to face, and I'm better off facing it. So I feel like, if you guys could really talk about like your differences, but how you can help each other. And I don't know if help is the right word to say, but that is the word I mean. But I'm not sure that's the right word to say. Just like, like, you help me become more emotionally valuable. Why can't I talk? Available. Where the other one could be saying, you help me understand that our foundation is so important. So again, what I'm trying to say is there's a lot that you can learn from each other. The love is here, the passion is here, the wheel is here, even divine is here, right? Temperance, divine timing. But she is saying patience, patience, and maybe patience is needed with each other. Um, yeah, I mean, like this Eight of Swords, that's the main energy I feel like that needs to be let go of. Like, we just need to face what we need to face and deal with whatever needs to be dealt with. And if it cannot be dealt with, and let's say it does end, I still feel you are going to be okay. I still feel that you'll find love, because this Ace of Cups isn't just like, okay, you get this once And if you screw it up, well, you don't get it again. No, because that's how we learn. We learn through love. We learn through the hardships of love. But if you did split up, I feel like you would miss each other. So I guess the answer is to take all blindfolds off, to face whatever needs to be faced, to have like real conversations. And even if we can look at each other like, with different eyes of like, okay, I see your value. Now, and hopefully they see your value. And if we can understand our differences are actually what's going to help this relationship in the long run, help each other, then it's quite a beautiful thing. But listen, this is real life, and real life has real issues. So I don't feel like the tower is saying, okay, this is going to end. I feel like if the Eight of Swords remains, then it could end. Because in the Eight of Swords, I'm kind of doing nothing about it. And I don't mean just you, I mean both. Okay, I'm going to let that be. And I hope that helped. I know the messages feel a little confusing today, but maybe that's just on my end. Hi, Sophia. I just need a real quick break. 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Put a little rose petal right there. Sorry about that, guys. I'm drinking iced tea and it's like going right through me. Okay, Sophia. Hi, Sandy. Hope you're well. Thank you, my dear. I hope you're well also. Would like a reading around love. Oops. Thank you. You're very welcome. I just want to look at Mia's answers real quick. Appears in my dreams, speaks to me through music, objects, numbers, very strong energy. I have tried to contact him, but he is married and I'm just very confused. He was separated when we met. He chose to go back to his wife, but I feel he is still energetically attached to me. I agree. A friend asked me to pick a store from, pick stone from a bag of crystals. I couldn't see what I was grabbing, and it was the exact stone I gave to him, that of which was an angel crystal. There was an angel inside. Wow. Interesting. Thank you for the feedback, by the way. Sophia. Love. She's the cozy witch. All right. Love for Sophia. All right, we have the Eight of Pentacles. We have the Three of Cups. We have the Page of Cups. We have the Three of Pentacles. Interesting. You have oh no, you have two threes. Three of Pentacles is mirroring the Eight of Pentacles. First thing I want to say is I feel like as love is related for you, I feel like when you're in love, I feel like it's important that, and maybe this is what you find important, but I feel like it's important that I allow myself to just enjoy, that I allow myself to live in the present moment. I feel like as it relates to love, this is talking about someone in particular who would recognize you. It feels like soulmate type energy. Like I'd recognize your soul. I feel like you're very kind, and and it feels kind of beautiful. And I also get this feeling that someone may say those words, you know, maybe not that you're kind, but that you're beautiful. All right, let's keep going. Three of Swords. Page of Swords under the Three of Cups, next to the Three of Swords. And then look at the threes in the reading. Three of Wands. 1, 2, 3, 4 threes. That's got to mean something. And then we have the King of Swords. I like this image, how this person's like sitting down at the typewriter. It's like they're typing out a letter to someone. But it's like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to type, but it's something I feel. Interesting. And let's take one on this side, the Nine of Cups. And on the other side, look at that, the Nine of Pentacles. Again, this feels like energy that is different, but yet the same. You have a lot of pentacles here. You have the Eight of Pentacles, which does talk about potentially like something new, right? It's the beginning of something. That's being mirrored by the Three of Pentacles, which to me is soul recognition, right? It doesn't matter. There's a million people around me, like, my soul will stick out to someone, if that makes sense. But then you have the Nine of Cups mirroring the Nine of Pentacles. Nine of Cups, inner harmony, fulfillment of wishes, Well, and then you have the Nine of Pentacles, very independent nature. Um, this is where one can really take care of oneself. You know, it's really about seeing the fruits of one's labor. Now we're talking about love here. So I feel like it's really, you know, I feel like you have this independent nature. I almost feel like someone's typing out like a love letter, and it's almost like an apology letter. You know, like I can't say it to your face, so I'll put it in a letter. And oh, I just realized, and then look at this. It's like this person's putting it in the mailbox. Now, that may be metaphorically. Is that the right word? But man, something made me look at that. It's like, you know, I want to say, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to feel if this is a good thing. And it kind of does feel good. Um, you know, you think I know by now, Sophia, but I can't remember if you've anybody in your life right now. But I definitely feel like, you know, if you don't, even if you do, I feel like someone is, you know, I'm saying a letter, like they're typing out a letter, but literally it's like they're putting in the box. But I feel like someone has a recognition of like pain that they have caused. And I feel like this then you go into the Three of Wands, which is really, well, what's it say? Put yourself out there and you'll be rewarded one way or another. So it's interesting. I want to look right at that Three of Swords, though. Look at that, the Ace of Pentacles. So whatever is happening over here, it's literally coming in over here. So let's go on the opposite end of that. And we have the Empress, another three. Sophia, I would, when you get time, I would look up angel number. Well, you have one, two, three, four, five. You have five threes. So I would look that up because I feel like numbers are also angel messages. So I would definitely look that up. But it's interesting. I feel like there's someone who you are on their mind. And I feel like when they think about you in a high vibrational way. Um, you know, almost like, could I even measure up? It does feel like it's someone who has hurt you, but I do feel like there's an apology. Now, I could be a little off on that, but I do feel like something's coming your way to help change a situation. The Knight of Wands. Okay, well, that's energy that's coming in and it's fast moving energy. You know, it's the energy of, I feel like, being swept off your feet. And it's interesting it's coming between these two nines because maybe really what it's talking about are these nines. First of all, nines are about reflection. But these nines are really different. Nine of Cups is inner harmony, but also fulfillment of a wish. Well, the Ace of Pentacles literally comes out with it. So I feel like that wish is going to be fulfilled. And I feel like your vibration, your energy, like you're ready for it. I feel like you have an independent nature yourself, but I also feel you're very loving and kind, but also strong. Like I do feel you are the Empress. Like I feel all that energy with you. So I do have a feeling that someone's going to reach out. And it feels like good news, to be honest. Like it feels good. Let's just take one more. Let's follow that knight. 10 of Wands. Well, we don't want that. Why the 10 of Wands? 4 of Pentacles. Ten of Wands here says, why make things more difficult than they need to be? So that may simply be talking about going with the flow instead of putting restrictions on it. You know, this certainly could be someone of your past. And if you're in a current relationship, then I would say it's someone who owes you an apology. And I feel like you are going to receive that. But for some reason, I get this feeling that I don't feel like you're in a relationship because I feel like this person kind of comes out of the blue. But I feel you're happy about it. One more. The Star. The Star. Yeah. I just feel like someone's coming back. Um, Now, when I say coming, I was going to say, does it have to mean someone from this lifetime? Never does it have to mean someone from this lifetime, but this energy makes me feel like it's someone who, in some way, had hurt you in the past. And I feel like they're going to make a repeat appearance in your life. And I do feel like it's a good thing. Because I feel like the Ace of Pentacles wouldn't have shown otherwise, right? Because I have to allow it. But then the Star. So I really wanted to know, why the 10 of Wands? Well, the Star is about your hopes and your dreams, your wishes, but bringing them into your reality. Well, the Ace of Pentacles would bring them into your reality. The Nine of Cups is a fulfillment of a wish. And here you are wishing. So I feel like what you're wishing for is going to find you. Like it will come together. And again, you could be two very different people, but on the same type of vibration. One more, just to make sure I'm on the right path. 2 Pentacles. Okay. Well, I kind of like seeing the 2 Pentacles because to me, that means it puts the ball in your court. You say yay or nay. The 2 Pentacles, they call it the Juggler's card. I think it's more using your logical mind. What's it say? When life gets chaotic, find a way to get grounded and balanced. So it does feel like a dream that's coming true. Let's just put it that way. And it may be in the most unexpected of ways. Literally, it might be in a very unexpected way, but I feel like as it moves towards you, one of the clues is you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it strong. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you'll feel butterflies. You could even feel a little fear, but don't let that fear stop you. That's just natural. But the ball literally is in your court. But I feel like you have a dream that's coming, like a wish that's coming into your physical world. And it's after the fact. It's after the 3 of Swords. Let's just take one more, follow that ace, and we have the Magician. It's like someone manifesting you into their life. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that wants to pop out. The Page of Cups under there. I feel like you didn't have the easiest of lives. I feel like there has been a lot of things you yourself has had to overcome, but I feel like you have. And I still I feel like you're still working on things, but aren't we all? And maybe part of this is like the clearing of, I want to say love, but I mean it in a way of like not hanging on to, the pains of the past. And instead, like as this energy starts to reach you, it is up to you. But everything feels very good. Everything feels very balanced here, you know. But again, it's like someone's going to reach out. And it does feel like in a very unexpected way, but it is to literally so I can come into your physical world. It's not just a hey, how you doing? It's like a oh my god, I miss you type of energy. Interesting. Okay, gonna let that be. Um, it's funny. I just want to take one card over this king. Look at that judgment. So your spiritual team, and what are they doing? They're calling you to the present moment. So I feel like this is happening sooner versus later. It is about a rebirth. So this is potentially a rebirth of a relationship. Hmm. Okay. And another thing I feel like, because I feel like your guides wanted me to pull one more card, and it's interesting that it was judgment. Um, what was I just going to say? I don't know. Just get ready for surprises, but good surprises. Interesting. You have to let me know how that relates to you. All right. Hi, Camille. Okay, predictions for June. I'm gonna use. Whoa! Just knocked all my cards around. Ace of Pentacles, Knight of Sword, or Knight of Wands. There could be some type of material change in your life that happens pretty quickly, but in a good way. All right. So June, we have the Four of Pentacles, the Sun, beautiful. Hello, Palace of Cups. It's interesting, Camille, because I remember your last reading and I felt like you were moving into a very romantic time. Excuse me, and I know you're already with your soulmate, but I felt like there was going to be a lot of romance. Even more than. Then we give the Eight of Pentacles. First of all, I want to say the sun's not only illuminating the Palace of Cups, which the Palace of Cups I feel like is I can't speak today. Is the ultimate. What am I saying wrong? It's the highest form of love. Let's just put it that way. But it's also illuminating your pentacles. And I feel like what this is saying is, I feel like in your material world, it's slowly getting better and better and better. I feel like also there could be potentially, maybe that's why I saw the Ace of Pentacles, because I feel like there could be potentially like more epiphanies, more ideas that you add into an existing project, so to speak. Six of Cups. Cards are just flying out. Knight of Swords. Under the Sun. Well, there's that Knight of Wands. It made its way out. Two Knights. Look at that. Back to back. Knight of Wands. Passionate energy. Fast moving energy. It's moving right into the Knight of Swords. Communication. But yet communication should be very clear. It's like the sun is over your house. Then we have the Chariot. A lot of movement here. But it feels like good movement. Let's take one on each side. Justice. And the Page of Swords. I feel like what this is saying is, first of all, the sun is helping it to illuminate. You know what I feel like it's illuminating? All the good things in your life right now. But I also feel like it's also illuminating like even more ways that you can bring your work to the world, so to speak. I feel like that ace is like coming in, almost like seeing the fruits of your labor. It's almost like trickling down, like they're coming in. But then I feel like as once this energy starts moving as it relates to your pentacles, then I feel like it just continues. So it's like that Ace of Pentacles is not a one-time thing. I feel like this is a time to really trust your intuition. And I say that because I feel like you're going to be guided. There may be just something that you're missing that may reveal itself to you. And that can make all the difference in the world. It's almost like I'm stuck on one element and then the way is shown and then like that's behind me. I feel like, listen, I do feel like you are in a period of time of hard work, but I feel like this hard work is going to pay off. And I feel like it's going to pay off handsomely. And I feel like once you start seeing the fruits of your labor, it doesn't stop. As long as you continue. I shouldn't say it never stops. As long as you continue. And the Eight of Pentacles to me means I don't need to know everything, right? This is energy that I will continue to learn as I grow. As I go, I will grow. And I need to trust in that. I feel like you're building the foundation of a business, so to speak. And I feel like right now you're building the foundation. Look at that Six of Swords. Movement. You have so much movement on the table right now. It's like I feel there's a part of you that is like, you are concerned about like your fellow man. Um, I feel like you're a compassionate soul. And I feel like, I don't know if this is like part of what you do in your work, where potentially you help others. Of course, you help others, but I mean it in kind of like a spiritual way, even though I feel it's very grounded, like grounded in this earth. I still feel the spirituality of it all. And to me, that means that what you're doing and what you're creating right now, I feel like it is what your soul wanted to do. It is one of your soul's desires. And what I mean by that is I feel like it's a soul's desire before you came into this lifetime. Now, I don't feel like as spiritual beings we get to say like, okay, I want all this in my life. No, because again, this is a classroom, right? That's what Earth is. It's the classroom for our souls. And I feel like it's almost like you're helping other souls. And I do feel like you're building the foundation right now. But I feel like you've been building that foundation, and I feel like you're getting to the point where again you're going to start seeing the fruits of your labor. But again, it's not a one-time thing. It's like a done deal is what I feel. And when I say done deal, I mean a done deal like within the universe. Let's just take one more. Well, hello, Two of Cups. Now, um, you know what I feel? I don't know if your partner has any influence over, like your business. And when I say influence, I mean like where you talk about what you're doing and um they help by giving an opinion, their opinion or what have you. I feel like it's kind of special because I feel like you do have that like sounding board, um, you know, in your love. And I feel like because I feel like they can also be a great help. But yeah, that's what I'm getting. Like I feel like it is important, and it was important that this what you're building started off with a firm foundation, and I feel like it has. And that may be why you may have felt a little bit stagnant in like, okay, but when? Well, I feel like just keep going, keep doing what you're doing, because I definitely feel like you're on the right path. I definitely feel like you have a love for what you do, even if it's hard work. And I definitely feel like, again, you're about to start seeing the fruits of your labor. And then once they begin, you just keep seeing it. Now, I'm not saying you become rich, but of course, I'm not going to leave that off the table either. But it's good to see the fruits of your labor, right? Because I feel like it's like when, well, I feel like soon. There's so much movement down here, and it's all good movement. And then I love the chariot under your work, because that truly tells you that you have unlimited potential. So don't put any limits on yourself. And I don't feel like you do, but maybe you do. So I feel like, I said that for a reason. Um, June looks really good. Now, it may be August. Listen, let's just say when you start really seeing, because I feel like it's a big difference, like when I really start seeing the fruits of my labor, again, it doesn't stop. And June may be an important month to really make sure that you firm up that foundation as much as you can, because then it's like then you may have work, like, it's like something takes off and then it's like work work, work. But then I feel pentacle, pentacle, pentacle. But I feel like you have a love for what you do. I feel like it's exactly what your soul wanted you to do to a point. You know, you have free will. But I feel like, I feel like if not June, let's just say very soon. Okay, very soon. Because I feel like a lot of it has to do with you also. But don't question your potential because you really have unlimited potential. Okay, I'm going to let that be. You know, the sun is really there to illuminate everything and anything. The sun is like your friend, you know what I mean? It's like I don't have to worry about things when the sun is out. Look at that. Ace of Pentacles. So it didn't want to pick up with the deck, so it wanted me to see it. There's that Ace of Pentacles. Okay, let me grab a drink real quick. Dawn. Hi, Dawn. Does my mother have any messages for me? You lost your mom in 2012. She was my person. I miss her daily or dearly. White Buffalo, you're very welcome. All right, so Dawn, any messages from your mom? 2012. It was a that was a 5 universal year. I don't know why I looked that up, or why I added that up. I'm going to use the Luminous Tarot. The Sun. All right, Dawn's mom. Dawn's mom. Messages for your daughter. We have Justice. We have the Two Swords. We have the Four of Wands. We have the Moon. You know, I'm just going to tell you what I'm picking up. I feel like, first of all, I feel like, the first message is that your mom is, I feel like your mother has a special role in heaven, in the afterlife. Like, almost like, I'm not going to say she was a saint on earth, but I feel like close enough because I feel like she's got, she may help oversee children who are crossing over. I feel like she does. I feel like she helps children who are crossing over. She helps bring comfort to them, especially those that are confused, don't understand what's happened. I feel like your mom, and not just your mom, I feel like she works with a team of spirits who really, it's interesting because we have children from Mother Mary. Mother Mary. Now I get it. All right, so I feel like that's number one. We have the Star. Well, that's exactly what a mom would do, right? Try to help your wishes become your reality. I feel like your mom is like, stop being so indecisive. We have the Empress. Well, hello, Mom. I feel like you're a lot like your mom. Look at this. We have the Ace of Cups under the Four of Wands. Do I feel like your mother's influence is active? I do. Where is she concentrating her action or her energy for you? I feel like it's in your love life. I feel like she wants you to be steady within yourself. You know, look at this Ace of Cups. It's like literally the host is being dropped into the cup. And to me, that's very divine. Your mom is active in your love life. But you know, you may not be listening to everything that she's saying. And I feel like that is part of the message. Like, we have the High Priestess. Well, there you go. Your intuition. We have the Six of Swords. And then we have the Two of Pentacles. All right. So, first of all, your mother's very involved in your love life. I feel like she's giving you a message of comfort here, letting you know that the day will come when you really do or will have great love in your life. And it will be a love that will be till the end of time, if not longer. And what I mean by that is potentially, to me, that must mean a soulmate. Because to me, it means that even when we cross, you know, we're still connected. And that day will come. That day will come. And I also feel like your mom is definitely sending you messages, and you may second guess them, which is okay. You know, I feel like your mom's just like, it's okay, but try to pay attention more. Like, trust these messages. Um, and I feel like, like, try to be less restrictive as it relates to love. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Oh, decisions, non-decisions. Should I? Shouldn't I? Do I? Don't I? I feel like there's a little bit of lack of trust within yourself. Queen of Swords. And then the Nine of Pentacles. You know, I feel like your mom is proud of you. I feel like she's proud of you, proud of the woman you've become, proud of the chances that you've taken. But I feel like there's still a need to be able to take chances. Like, don't stop taking chances because of anything, you know, but I feel like particular situations. I feel like her message for you today is about love, and not just any old love. And she's helping to guide this. She's helping to guide this love together. I feel like your mom also wants to say, don't be so defensive, my dear. You know, and what do you mean by that? Like you come out of the gate, like your defenses are already raised before you even know what's going to happen. And I feel like your mom is saying that is putting a little bit of confusion for you. So, dare I say that the more I can let go of control and be willing to take risk, because I do feel that. Like, first of all, I feel like congratulations. Like your mom is, she knows everything is happening in your life, good and bad. But she's here to help you really find that ultimate love. And I do feel like it's a soulmate love. Let's go on both sides. Well, there's that Ace of Pentacles. Hello. And then the Sun. So I feel like your mom's signs, if you allow them, they feel like they can be very clear. And I do feel like now, I don't know if you're still with Shandon, because I get this feeling of like when the right one, and I'm saying the right one, but I feel like that's going to throw fear up in the air. But let's just say if you can let down your defenses and trust in your gut that your mom is helping to guide the highest form of love to you, but also to remember that it's on this earthly plane, and that means earthly minds, right? It's earthly mind. So even if it's a soulmate energy, there's certain elements, and I feel like that's why she's saying, like, put down your defenses, my dear. There's no need to get defensive before we even know. But that I feel like is due to past energy. I feel like she's very proud in really the woman you've become. Um, I feel like she recognizes your hard work, and I do feel like, she's going to usher in real love. Look at that. The Knight of Pentacles, your guardian angel. Hello, Mom. It's like as love is related, your mom is your guardian angel. Or let's just say she's the angel out front. I'm saying angel, an angel has not been born of woman. I mean, a guide at the right time. And here is the ace. And here's the sun that's mirroring it. So again, and it's coming over your intuition. Interesting. I just realized that because I feel like that's exactly what your mom is saying. Like the signs will be clear. And how are you going to know? You're going to feel them. You're going to feel them. I mean, there may be other different signs also, like numbers, songs. But I really feel this is about trusting your intuition more than anything. I feel like my son is responsible for bringing Sam and I together to help heal my heart. So that's kind of what I'm feeling with your mom. Now, even though my son helped bring Sam and I together, doesn't mean it was easy because, because I had fear, because I had to relocate, all that. But yet I followed that guidance, and I thank God now that I did. But I'm only giving you that to let you understand that that's how much influence I feel like your mom can have in your life. You just let her, right? And I feel like also there's something about your defenses. It's like love shows itself and your defenses go right up. Don't let that happen. Trust your intuition, which means you're trusting me. And I feel it's going to be very, very clear. Okay. Thank you, Don's mom. Literally, your mom is showing up between, well, I have it backwards. I keep forgetting when I go live, it's backwards for me. Oh, so your mom is between the star, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, and the Ace of Cups. So she's the one who's ushering it in, helping to usher it in. Let me clarify that. Helping to usher it in. To me, that makes me feel like someone else's mom is helping them. Lean on your mom. Speak to her freely. Like, Mom, I'm not sure what to do here. I'm not sure if this is love. I'm not sure. Please, please help guide me, and the guidance will be there. Though I feel like it's always been there. Excuse me. Okay. Jamie, what does Steve think of me after Nicole told him I figured something out for her on rounding up the third place to a penny? What? I don't get that. What does Steve think of me after Nicole told him I figured something out for her on rounding up the third place to a penny? Jamie, I'm not understanding your question. I'm just going to scroll down real quick to see if you can clarify that for me. Jamie, and I'm talking to Jamie. If you could clarify your last question, I just don't understand. Camille, you're very welcome. I just jumped down to the bottom for a second. I just want to say hi to everyone. Rua, Moonlight, N. Oh, Jamie, there you are. Nicole couldn't figure out where the penny was on her spreadsheet. And I looked at it and saw that it would be, got Ash right there, that it would be the third place after the decimal that would round up to a penny. Nicole couldn't figure out where the penny was on her spreadsheet, and I looked at it and saw that it would be the third place after the decimal that would round up to a penny. I still don't understand your question now. Let me go back up and reread it. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. I didn't know there's so many of you. Okay, so what does Steve think of me after Nicole told him I figured something out for her? Okay, so really, what was Steve's opinion of it? I'm going to use the crystal vision. I'm trying not to move too quickly because I want to stay on longer today. So please, some are going to have patience. 2 of Cups, 8 of Wands, the World. It's like Steve thought the world of you. And the 10 of Pentacles. Well, I feel like interesting, because when I say like I thought the world of you, I think I actually meant that. But I mean that on like in a business level type thing. I almost feel like you figured out, let's just say, the equation quickly. Where maybe what was it you said, Nicole? Um yeah, Nicole. You know, interesting, because I feel like you figured it out quickly. Now it makes me wonder what Steve thought of Nicole. We have the 8 of Cups, I don't know. It almost makes me feel like that was even outside of your department. I don't know if that's the case, but I feel like that. We have the 2 of Pentacles. I'm going to take one more. We have the Queen of Pentacles. Interesting, because the Queen of Pentacles would be the perfect person. And I do feel like this is you. I'm not worried about your sign, but this is someone who can get in there and find those details that other people miss. So, Steve must recognize that about you, because I feel like you found it quickly. But I feel like you're good at that. That's what you're good at. Just one of the things you're good at. But I do feel like, I feel like, where what she was missing, you easily found. And I'm saying easily, but, to her anyway, it was found pretty easily. So I feel like Steve is thankful. I feel like, he recognized that of you. And I get this feeling that Steve feels like you're very solid, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like that's the word I was supposed to use, solid. So, it makes sense, because it's like how you just said you rounded it up to a penny. Well, I feel like you rounded it up to the 10 of Pentacles, so to speak. But I also feel like this is what you're good at, just one of the elements. So again, I feel like Steve was thankful, but I also feel like he recognized that fact. And I feel like recognizing the fact that you can really pick up those details that other people just seem to miss. Might be one of your specialties, my dear. So to me, that was the perfect queen to come out in this situation. All right. Hi, Gabby. Yes, donations are open. I'm going to stay on for it's what 4:30 where I'm at. I'll probably be on here for another at least 2 to 3 hours. Hi, Dee. Questions are in the comment. Okay. There you are. Brad said, go lose some weight and hung up on me. Still calls and messages me, but I ignore him. And a psychic told me he lies and also slipped up and has been trying to emotionally connect with other women, but can't find anyone. Last year, the psychic was accurate about me moving in the spring, so I don't know what to believe. He love bombs me, then gets messy again. Is Bradley bipolar? Constant mood swings, yelling, name calling, then sweet. Do you feel he did slip up and cheat on me in the past year and a half? Has he wanted to move on, or is he honest and faithful? Should I move on? I had to break up my comment. Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I always come on early just to make sure everything's working okay. All right, so like, what the hell? Him saying that to you, lose weight, hang up the phone on you. Ugh. All right, so you want to know if he has slipped up. Um, is he emotionally trying to connect with other women? Is he bipolar? Should you move on? All right. I'm going to leave my opinions out of it because I have some strong opinions about that. And instead, I'm just going to go ahead to your spirit guides as it relates to Brad. Is he cheating on Dee? Is he reaching out to other women? Should she hang around? By the way, Dee, I'm using the Cozy Witch Tarot. I know you said it's one of your favorites. If you ever want me to change that, let me know. All right, we have the Hermit. We have the Seven of Pentacles. We have the Three of Wands. We have the Four of Wands. We have the Patient Witch. You know, I'm just going to tell you what I'm feeling at this moment. I get this feeling that Brad's confused with his own feelings. We have the Four of Wands. Oh, and what I mean by that, we have the Ten of Cups, is I feel like Brad may be one of those people who may be like, you know, and maybe you don't even know this, like, is afraid of commitment. I do feel like he's reflecting upon that. I feel like he's reflecting on you and him. We have the Two of Swords. I feel like that's the energy you're in right now. We have the Page of Swords. And we have the Hierophant. All right. Well, first things first. I'm not really picking up the energy of Brad out there trying to, and I think it's Brad, trying to, like, connect with other women, and that I do feel that you do carry uncertainty about that. I feel like at this moment, I feel like, if I'm going to say there's an issue, I feel like it's Brad's fear of commitment. And it's interesting because I feel like no matter how much, like, I would want to make a commitment, it feels like the uncertainty, like, overtakes me. I do feel like, in Brad's heart of hearts, he wants to have, great love in his life. Is he capable of having great love in his life? Well, I wonder, with the comments that he said to you, because that doesn't feel very loving to me. Though, as I say that, we need to remember sometimes we say the worst things to the ones that we love the most. Why? Well, maybe we think because we can get away with it, right? They'll take it type of energy. But I feel like it was very cruel, so I do feel like his energy can be very cruel. But beyond that, I feel like he does have a fear of commitments. Now, that can relate back to anything, maybe his parents got divorced and it affected him in a very heavy way. And to answer your question, should you stay? I feel like you have to trust yourself in that, and like, in the answer for that. Like, what do you feel? Because I feel like, you have the patient witch over here, and I feel like that you have been. Like, that you have been. You have been patient. But it's mirroring by the Two of Swords. So I feel like you're in conflict of, do I stay or do I go? But it's because of Brad's actions. Let's go right in the middle. We have the Page of Pentacles, the Tower. Let's follow that Tower. Toxic witches. Interesting. All right, so tell me who these toxic witches are. Six of Wands. All right, so, I feel like, listen, the psychic could have been right, but this is what I feel. I don't feel like that, like, he has stepped outside of the relationship. I don't feel like he's, doing it with anyone else type of energy. But I do feel like he does have an issue around commitment. And I feel like his words alone can tell you that. But the cards are also telling us that. So I do feel like there is, that fear of commitment. Now, should you stay or should you go? I feel like you have been patient, and I feel like if things don't become clear, then I think maybe you should go. And why? Because I feel like you need to demand self-respect, right? Like, you can't talk to me that way. And the more I allow it, the more it's going to happen. It's interesting. I kind of feel like an immaturity. Um, and it doesn't matter the age, like, just like there's like a part that stopped growing. And I feel like it's in his emotional house. And it could very well relate back to something that, he had to deal with that was against, um, that was not against, outside of his control. But I feel like it probably affected him greatly. Now, that's his issue to work out. That's not your issue. That's his issue to work out. And I feel like, until he works that out, then I feel like it's going to be a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I feel like, you have to make a decision of like, how much am I going to take? Because I'm worried that, well, I say that I'm worried that he may not be able to make a true commitment. But D, I'm going to be honest, in the same breath, I worry that if he makes a commitment, but it's not true, that you kind of get stuck in his web. I feel like the man, and I'm not putting him down. I'm just telling you what I feel. But I feel like I feel like he needs to mature. I feel like there's his own issues that he's not dealing with. And until he deals with them, I feel like nothing will change. Now, do you wait around, see if he's going to change? I think that you have. But I also feel like, because I feel like, yes, there is potential here. But then I feel like when I use my words as a weapon, why do I want to hurt you like that? And maybe that's what you need to ask yourself. Like, why does he want to hurt me like that? Now, I know part of it is his own fear, but it doesn't mean, sometimes we need to love people from afar. So I'm just going to say, I'm not really picking up that like he's sleeping with anyone else. I'm not picking that up. But I am picking up like a lot of uncertainty within himself, almost battling his own energy. But fear of commitment is one of them. Whether he has spoken those words or not, I feel it. I feel it. And I feel like if there is no change very soon, and I'm going to be honest, Steve, I don't know how he can change all this like soon, but I feel like don't allow yourself to be the brunt of his immaturity. To see what else I can pick up here. I just want to take one over that tower with the Eight of Pentacles. So, you know, I guess what that's saying is if both are willing to put the focus on this relationship, then it can grow. But I keep going back to where I feel like there's just a fear of commitment. It doesn't mean that I don't fall in love and all that. It just means that I'm fearful of like committing myself to one person for the rest of my life, no matter how much I love them. in this type of energy. And I don't feel like this is about you helping to heal that. I feel like this is his own energy that needs to be healed. You know what I mean? It's like it's his soul's job to figure this out, right? It's his reflection that needs to be had. If he doesn't figure out where that fear is coming from, well, you're not going to figure it out. But I don't feel like you're meant to like fix him. And he does feel a little broken, but I don't feel like he would say that. I feel like he would say, I'm just fine. But yet that's just not the case. Well, maybe he is fine for his life. All right, let's just go under the tower. The good luck charm. All right. You know, I don't feel like there's any doubt that Brad loves you. I feel like the doubt is, again, whether I can commit to someone, to you, for the rest of my life. I feel like there is a big issue within that. Now, I don't feel like he's sleeping with anyone. Is he speaking with other one? Well, he could be, like on social media, that type of thing. But I don't feel like it's I'm not picking up what the psychic picked up. But I am picking up on, like, I just feel like for you, if you feel like there's not going to be a change, like if you feel like if he keeps talking to you that in that way, take that as a sign, because I feel like you have given him a lot of time. And I feel like, sometimes we give someone all this time to like come to that realization or to better themselves or come to a higher vibration, but then it doesn't happen. So then we do need to know when to walk away, right? When to go. And I feel like I kind of feel that, like, if there's not changes, um, and I don't even feel like you should say that, right? If you're not seeing them, take that as a sign. Because let's face it, you deserve great love. And if Bradley, I feel like saying Bradley is unable to commit himself, then why should you commit yourself? And don't allow yourself to just hang on, right? Don't just hang on, because I feel like, well, let me take a card because there's something I'm thinking. Six of Swords. Okay. So potentially you are moving on. But that means if things are toxic. Well, some of those words were toxic. Some of those words he spoke were toxic. This has to be your choice. Um, Period. It has to be your choice. But this does mean, like, if things remain in that type of energy, then I think you are moving on. Or I think it may be good advice to move on. But again, it has to be your decision. Okay, I'm going to let that be. Part of me wants him to reflect, figure this out, but then part of me is like, but what if there is like this, it's like I tell my daughter, where she's kind of got a crush on someone. She's going to kill me that I'm saying this. But he doesn't show her the respect that she deserves. I see it being from the outside, right? I see it. I mean, you got to demand respect. And if you're not getting it, I don't want to tell you what to do, but that is what I'm feeling. But I do not feel, I didn't feel that he was like sleeping around. All right, going back up. Whoa. I should move a little quicker, I suppose. All right, so D, I just did yours. Yeah, you can certainly do PayPal. I put my PayPal link in the pin. Well, I didn't pin it, so it's probably floating around somewhere. Or I don't know, maybe you guys can see it. I'm not even sure. But I'm talking to Gabby. Yeah, you can certainly do PayPal. Okay. V salsa. V salsa. Will Evelyn come back to communication? Thanks. I know I'm saying the name wrong. Alvadin. All right. So with the two of you, I'm assuming, communicate again? Gonna use the Universal Tarot. All right, communication. 10 of Wands. Queen of Wands. 7 of Wands. Look at these wands. The Knight of Cups. The World. The 9 of Wands. Jeez. The 4 of Cups. The 9 of Pentacles. We got a lot of cards, so I am taking them. The 9 of Swords. The 5 of Cups. 6 of Wands right in the middle. I feel like the answer is yes. And I'll tell you why. First of all, I feel like there were certainly some issues. And it could have been like from the ego type of issues. And I do feel like there's a need for each to understand their part in it. So if this does, like, if you do communicate again, that, you're communicating on a different level, because, what opens up your reading, the 10 of Wands. So that's a lot of heaviness, but you also have the World down here, which signifies the new chapter. So I feel like reflection was first and foremost. But then you have the Knight of Cups, which is an unexpected couple fulfillment. Well, it's being met by the 5 of Cups. So definitely, to me, it's talking about the two of you. But that is being mirrored by the 9 of Swords, which is a lot of worry. It does speak about unnecessary worry. That is the meaning of the card, but it is worry nonetheless. And that may be why, even like during this period of time when there is no communication, like really reflecting, like being honest with oneself and like looking back, figuring this out. I have a feeling like somehow, some way, like the ego got involved, which is natural. You know, I mean, that's natural. But yet at the same time, you know, if there was a lot of back and forth, then, and if I want communication to come back, then I want to make sure it's coming back, you know, in its highest form. Um, but I feel like, yes, you will communicate again. And I'm hoping that when this communication begins again, that each has had the time to reflect upon. Because I feel like maybe it's even some time to miss each other. Because I do feel that, like missing each other, but I feel both of you. I feel like your person is what's the word I want to use? A little strong headed, or at least was, you know, almost like, excuse me, like my way or the highway type of energy. But that's not a relationship, right? It needs to be equal. And I feel like something was not equal. So I do feel like the opportunity to communicate again is going to happen. And I feel like the if listen, I guess they can only do their work and you can only do your work. But I feel like the more I can reflect upon like what happened, like where did you know, did we allow our ego to overtake this? Because I feel like there is a way to figure this out. Now, you know, I do love the Knight of Cups that moves into the world. So it's a potential of, you know, then it is the next chapter, but it's a potential of communication being part of that. These nines, though, three nines. First of all, this nine is about worry. This nine is about is feeling independent within yourself. And this nine is reflecting and understanding, you know, with that reflection, the growth that you can have from that. So I feel like this is that type of energy where, yes, I feel like it's the communication will start up again. But if nothing has changed between us, then it'll probably just turn out the same way again. Um, that's just how I feel it. I feel it very strongly that way. But I do feel like you're missing each other. And I do feel like it's both. Don't put a lot of worry behind it though, because that worry is not going to get you anywhere. Instead, if you're going to reflect, reflect upon yourself and yourself within a relationship. And that means all aspects. You know, like, you know, sometimes I stay at the party too long, or, you know, it's like getting to know oneself. But I feel like, especially as it relates to love. But yeah, I definitely feel like you're going to talk again. You know, you got all these nines, maybe September, but I feel, I don't know. I feel like it's sooner than that. Okay. All right. Where was I? Monica. Hi, Monica. I would like to hear information from my spirit guides about my idea to buy a camper van and travel around Europe. Oh, I want to go with you. Is it the right time to start my self-employment? All right. So what you want to do is you'd like to buy a camper and travel around Europe. Is it the right time to start your self-employment? I'm going to use the Tarot Dreams for this one. There's certain cards I'm going to look for, like I've already told my guides. We have the King of Wands, King of Action. You know, male or female. This is a king. The king and the Queen of Wands, you know, they move according to their desires, their passions, and then they think about it later. You know, they're not a fear-based energy. Let's put it that way. All right, the High Priestess, that's your intuition. The Devil. The Hangman. The Death card. Interesting. The Star. The Ten of Cups. And the Four of Wands. Okay. I feel like the answer is yes, 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 yes. Yes, you should go after, you should live that dream. I feel like, you know, there was a period when maybe it wasn't the right time. But, you know, it's interesting because I'm looking at the Devil. And if you look at, you know, it's a card of Capricorn. But if you look at the image, like this person feels like they're trapped in this cage, right? Like they can't get out. But that's the influence of the Devil. The door is actually wide open. They could leave anytime they wanted to. But it's like feeling like restricted, like I can't leave. There's no way out. There is a way out. Um, and because we have the Hangman, which would really be a pause in the action, but then the very next card is the Death card, which is a closing of a door, and I feel like it's a closing of your old life to begin your new life. And I just love the bottom line here for you because I definitely feel like the answer is yes, but I also want you to trust your own intuition. Um, but I feel like this is you letting your dream come true. But yes, a door did need to close first, and maybe that just means that it was the right time. I feel like for a while, you probably had this dream for a while, and you know, maybe you kept feeling it wasn't right, but I feel like I do feel like it's illusion, like it's illusionary energy, because I do feel like the timing is right. And listen, I feel like if you feel that, well, yes, I definitely want you to feel this energy. But this is you definitely making a dream come true. And not only is the dream come true, then you move into the 10 of cups. And I just feel like that of like, for you, I feel like it is traveling. And I feel like it's something that will just make your soul feel alive. I'm going to go right in the middle. 7 of Wands, the Lovers, and the Page of Pentacles. Okay. Well, Page of Pentacles, to me, could certainly be the beginning of what feels like a new career. And the Hangman there, it's almost like trying to gain as much wisdom as I can, but I feel like it's also about learning as you go. I don't know if you're going to do like some type of like blog or podcast, like when you're out the road or something. Um, but I see it working out for you. Not only do I see it working out for you, but I feel like your soul's going to feel alive. Your soul's going to feel alive. And, who knows? There just may be someone who eventually joins you. Who knows? I don't want to go too far down the road. But I feel like, if you feel ready, well, let me put it a different way. Because I do feel like the devil is speaking about like feeling kind of stuck, like being like a little bit of uncertainty, like, can I leave? Should I not? Type of thing. And that produced the Hangman. But I feel like the Hangman is just a temporary energy, right? And then you have the Death card, which is about a rebirth. Well, this is a rebirth in your life, right? This is something new. And I feel very good about this. Like I feel like you're going to have the time of your life. And I feel like if you can find a way to make it happen, then you should make it happen because I love everything here. I mean, yes, I do feel like, there was some influence over you, but it was illusionary. But I feel like you figured that out. And now I feel like it just feels natural, like you're naturally moving to the next chapter. And it does feel like your life is going to look a lot different than how it was or how it is now. So I can see the difference, but that difference I feel like is making your soul sing. Like I definitely feel like you should follow this dream. And let's just add one more thing. Because like the 8 of Pentacles or the Page of Pentacles, I feel like this is, I'm still learning as I go. And it's exactly how it was meant to be. Sometimes I learn through the experiences. I don't know. It almost like if I'm even blogging about it, I feel like that's a good thing or in some way documenting it. Um, but the answer to me is yes. Like follow that desire. Okay. That's pretty exciting. I've always wanted to do that myself. Like if I had the money, honestly, I would buy what do you call it? I guess a camper. And it's something I thought about doing, like buying a camper and traveling around and doing tarot from different locations. And who knows, maybe one day I will, but it would take a lot of money. Hi, V Scorp. um, okay, V Scorp, what is coming in for me this fall? All right, this fall. I'm going to use the Light Seers. All right. This fall for V-Scorp. We have the Four of Swords. We have the Page of Wands. I like that. Hello, lovers. Death card. I'm assuming you're a Scorpio with V-Scorp. Doesn't have to be, though. The Ace of Swords. Coming under the Four of Swords. You know, it's interesting because I feel like the Page of Wands, it's like she's throwing her wand out there, and wherever it lands is where I go. It's such a carefree type of energy. And I feel like this is after a period of like what felt like restrictions to you. You know what I mean? Like, I do feel like, you know, after a period of restrictions, it's like, I don't know, like you're feeling free. You have the Death card that's mirroring the Four of Swords. So healing of anything, healing of the past. But then, you know, what's the Death card mean? It's a closing of a door, but it's so a new door can open. And a new door will open. We have the Hangman. We have the Eight of Cups. And we have the Ace of Wands under that Death card. First of all, you have two aces mirroring each other. Ace of Swords, Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands is coming under the Death card, which is about a rebirth, right? But it's much like Mother Mary brought out action, right? It's action oriented. It's sometimes inspired action. You know, it's like guidance. Our guides are helping us on this next journey. And that is mirroring the Ace of Swords. Well, that is your own truth. It could certainly be communication also, but I feel like this is, you know, I feel like you've been in a little bit of stagnant type energy, but I feel like the energy is going to start moving. And I feel like the more that you can be in your childlike energy, and what I mean by that is allowing yourself to be playful, right? To take chances. Again, the Page of Wands is my risk taker. I feel like with the Hangman underneath it, it's like I've given, you know, I've given thought to certain things. And even though I am throwing this wand wherever it lands is where I go. In a way, I feel like you kind of know where it's going to go, so to speak. And then it meets the Lovers. But under the Lovers is the Eight of Cups. And I'm wondering, am I walking away from these lovers? So I'm going to look right at that. The Moon. And the Three of Pentacles. So in a way, I don't think so. I think this is talking more about, listen, you may have walked away from someone or something may have ended, so to speak. But I feel like more would be you. Like, I feel like there is something that you've walked away from. And I do feel like it's something of an emotional nature. Now, when I say you walked away, what I really mean is you found emotional clarity in, or you are finding emotional clarity in. And then I feel like, you know, it kind of feels now like the Lovers is what's yet to be. And I kind of love this connected directly to your major arcana. And the Three of Pentacles comes over that. Well, the Three of Pentacles is about your creative self, but I also feel in the Three of Pentacles, it's about your soul's desire. It's about other people appreciating you for exactly who you are. Like, no need to wear masks. Let's go on both sides. We have Judgment. And then we have the Nine of Cups, a fulfillment of a wish. Judgment. It's funny because I think you said the fall, but Judgment would call your attention to the present moment. And maybe it's calling you to the present moment because for this energy, maybe it's the seeds that you plant right now. And what I mean is like your seeds of intention of how I'd like the fall to look. Not that I can control everything about that, but I can certainly put my intentions out there because they are heard. Not only are they heard, but I feel like they're being met. So I feel like you have something to look forward to. It does feel like some type of wish is coming to reality. And when I say a wish, I may not even know that I'm wishing for something. But I do feel like there is a need to think about the seeds that I'm planting right now. Because really, if we plant no seeds, we will have no harvest. And because you're asking about the fall, which really is harvest time, I feel like your spiritual team is saying now is the time to plant those seeds. And I do feel like there's a sense of being okay with not knowing everything, right? Instead, I feel like what you're doing is you're really trusting in yourself. I feel like you're becoming stronger and stronger within yourself and your intuition. Because again, I feel like you're going to follow what I feel like are signs, though I feel like it's carefree type of energy. I mean, you just might find, I'm not just going to say love, but that is a potential here. But I also feel, even though that's important, I feel like this is also about you and what you're creating. And I feel like your guides are like giving you inspiration, or at least they're trying to. And it feels like communication. So your guides may reach you through like 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 this type of reading where someone's communicating to you. September, October, August. So we have August, September, October. All right, I just want to look at that moon, Five of Swords. All right, so I feel like you're just saying goodbye to, I feel like you're being very clear with what it is you want. And that's, I feel like, what your spiritual team wants you to do, like plant those seeds of how you'd like your fall to look. Because I feel like, some type of dream, some type of wish is coming into your reality. But listen, it may take a change, right? It may take a change first. And I get this feeling like where I'm done dealing with toxic type energy, what have you. But then I also feel like, just be open, and trust your intuition because again, you're being inspired to move in a certain direction. So I feel like the more you can follow that, the more surprised you're going to be with really how good your fall can look. But I need to keep going back to say that you're planting those seeds right now, or at least that's what your spiritual team wants you to do. Because if you don't plant the seeds, then, you know, our fall looks just like our summer and just like our spring and just like our winter. But if I do want change, if there are things, if there is a wish I want to come true, now's the time to really plant those seeds and then let it go. And then trust divine, right? Because again, you're going to be inspired on the direction, even though you're throwing that wand in a very carefree way, which I like. I feel like it's landing in some very special type energy. But plant those seeds. I feel like your fall looks very, very good. Okay. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm getting all congested. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Where did I leave off at? Age of Aquarius. Colleen, I see you had a question, but then I see it was retracted, so I'm not sure. So I'm going to go ahead to Age of Aquarius. Will my Virgo masculine and the third party situation and come towards me, Aquarius female, with a stable commitment offer, and when I'm falling in love? All right, so excuse me. Will my Virgo masculine and okay, I missed that word. My Virgo masculine end that third party situation and come towards me with a stable commitment offer? And if so, when? Because you are falling in love. All right. I'm going to use the Universal Tarot. Oh, I saw there's a card flipped. Of course, I can't find it now. There it is. The High Priestess. All right, so the High Priestess, your intuition. Oh, King of Pentacles. Well, there's your Virgo. Two Pentacles. Seven of Wands. Five of Cups. I definitely feel like Virgo thinks about you, misses you when you're not together. I feel like you're still on my mind. I do feel like you do want to stand your ground as it relates to like ending the third party situation. Page of Pentacles, the Death card, which I'm very happy to see. But let's see what follows it. The Six of Swords. Okay. I'm feeling good about that. I feel like Virgo loves you. Maybe even to the point of like calling you their soulmate. Now, I don't know if they put an actual title to it, but I feel like maybe what I mean by that is I feel like the feelings I have for you rise above any other feelings I have had. And I feel like I do feel like the third party situation is going to end. And, you know, it's interesting because I could look at the Six of Swords and say potentially June, and it is potentially June, but it is mirrored by the moon. So that is a little bit of uncertainty. But the Six of Swords is the movement we were looking for, or at least I was looking for, especially following the Death card, which means I am closing the door. But so a new door can open, and I feel like you are on that other side of the door. So I feel like I do feel like because of the way I feel Virgo feels about you, thinks about you, I feel like they will end that third party. And not only that, but I feel like, and they leave it behind. Like it's not anything that I would ever pick back up again. Well, there's Hermit, the Virgo. If we had any doubt, and look at this, the Empress. Beautiful. You know, that's what I was feeling. Like I was feeling that Virgo holds you in very high regards. You know, and I also feel that I don't know if you've spoken the words like, you know, this third party situation doesn't end, then it's over with us. Maybe you have, because I feel like there's this like knowing within Virgo that, you know, I can't have my cake and eat it too. But I get a feeling like, you know, ending this third party, it doesn't seem, you know, maybe there's issues around it, but I feel like energetically, it doesn't seem to be like a problem. It doesn't feel like it's energy that follows. Um, you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like it follows. It would follow to, you know, it would come between the two of you. Let's put it that way. Look at that. The Ace of Pentacles. You know, I kind of love the Hermit being mirrored by the Empress because both, you know, both are really of high vibrational energy. And it's interesting because your person might be right now reflecting upon, you know, what it is they want in their life, you know, and if it's you, I feel like then they know that that third party's got to end. I love that the Ace of Pentacles just came out, especially with the touching the Death card. You know, this is your reading. So for me, that means that this ace is coming in for you. Well, we're only asking about you and Virgo. So And yes, the third party, but I feel like I feel like when that ends, it just ends. Like, I feel like energetically it ends. I'm not saying there won't be any issues, but I feel like, it won't be related to like, do I want you or do I want that other person? I feel like when Virgo makes that decision, I feel like the decision is then made. Um, Now I know you asked me like when, so let's just take a couple cards and say approximately when. Well, we get the Knight of Wands, which is fast moving energy. Let's take one more. Eight of Swords, interesting. It's almost like a block to that energy. Okay. I feel like, and I felt this before I even started pulling cards, like I feel like um it's not easy for Virgo just to end things. For some reason I feel that. Like it's not the easiest thing, even if it's something I don't want. It's still not that easy. So I feel like it is uncertain when it's going to happen, but I do feel like, the Knight of Wands has given us a clue because I literally asked that question. And that is fast moving energy, but then it's met by the Eight of Swords. So it's like a little bit of back and forth. I feel like, again, maybe there's like issues tied to that third party where it's not just like the leaving of that third party. It also means like, I don't know, maybe other things. But I feel like Virgo literally has to break Virgo free. And I feel like that's where the uncertainty comes in. But I feel like I'm pretty clear about what I want. Like I'm pretty clear that you are what I want. But now I have to put actions behind that, right? I can't just say that. I got to put the actions behind that. And I feel like maybe that's what you're saying. Like, baby, don't just tell me you want me. Show me you want me, right? Do the right thing. And I feel like Virgo will, but I don't feel like this is easy. And well, I want to look one more time. Look at that, the wheel. So it's kind of like you're destined to be together. Um, Now that doesn't guarantee us anything because again, the Eight of Swords is right here, so it does feel like someone's got to break themselves free. And I do feel like that's Virgo, but I do feel they will. And listen, maybe it's August. Maybe it's August, especially with the wheel right beside it, and then the Ace of Pentacles right above it, and the Knight of Wands on the other side of it. So I'm going to let that be. That felt pretty clear to me, except for the exact time. And you know why I feel like sometimes we can't get the exact time? When you see like the Eight of Swords, someone has created that prison, and they are the only ones who can uncreate it. And if it's not us, then that's outside of our control, um, so to speak. Let me grab a drink real quick. I thought that energy was pretty strong, though. Um, Whoops. Oh my gosh, I am so far behind. Sorry, guys. Age of Aquarius, I just saw a response, so I want to read that real quick. I think I saw one. Oh, there you are. Amen. I accept it, and so be it. Thank you so much, dear. You are very welcome. Oh, there's your other one. Yes, I have put up my boundaries, but our connection is otherworldly. I feel soulmate connection with him as well. Beautiful. Okay. Um, okay. Where am I at? Where am I at? Okay. I think I am at dawn. But White Buffaloes, and you're amazing. Thank you so much. You are so, so welcome. And White Buffalo, don't even worry about that. All right, dawn for June. June for dawn. Um, I'm going to use a good tarot, Dawn. So June. How will June look for Dawn? Page of Cups. This is such a big deck. It's hard to shuffle. Ooh, look at that. Knight of Fire. Knight of Wands. Look how your cards are coming out. Five of Pentacles. What's that about? High Priestess. Eight of Wands. Six of Swords. I'm trying to get the cards out, then talk about them. The Magician. The Two of Wands. I like that. Right under the High Priestess. The Three of Wands. Optimism. Feeling like there are good things to look forward to. And then the Five of Wands. Look at the wands, first of all. Well, you don't even have that many wands. It feels like you have wands. Well, you do. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you do have 5 wands. Wands to me definitely means action oriented. It's passion. driven. um, but let's look at this. Okay. So we open it with the Page of Cups, and it's mirrored by the High Priestess. So I like that energy. I feel like that was in your last reading. I'm not sure, but for some reason, I feel like that. I feel like this. It's a reminder to, to allow your inner child to come out and play, right? To have fun, to enjoy the present moment. Um, to be optimistic about your future and not fearful. You're the one who's creating it as a magician. Where's a magician right here? You are the creator. And when I say you're the creator, you're working hand in hand with divine to create, again, whatever seeds you plant. You do the Five of Pentacles right above that, and that is the energy of kind of feeling thrown out into the cold. But I feel like that's how you've been feeling. So I'm hoping this means it's a change of energy. Definitely feels like a change of energy. It feels like I have like all of a sudden I start thinking like I've become very optimistic about my future and what lies ahead. I feel like it's also saying don't forget about the power you have with your intentions. The Eight of Wands, what I think about, I bring about. What I think about, I bring about. And then literally it's mirrored by the Two of Wands. And then that door opens up. And then the door opens up. I feel like you're also making realizations of, it's just that realization of the things that didn't work out. I could say your whole life, but I don't know if we want to, like, I don't know. I just feel like, I feel like you have a different point of view now. It's almost like you're realizing you have a lot more power in the way your future can look than maybe you ever have before. Again, what I think about, I bring about. And I love that it's coming from optimistic energy. I feel like letting the past be the past and starting from ground zero, right? And it doesn't mean like in all areas of your life. I mean energetically. Because I feel like you've been in this period of time, Dawn, where you have been letting go of a lot of toxic energy, toxic people, just things that were working against you, or you felt that was working against you. I even feel like, the places where you feel like you've fallen, it almost feels like, but you got back up, my dear. You got back up. You got back up. And like you need to celebrate that about yourself. Because I feel like there may have been a day in the past where it would take you so much longer to get back up. But now I feel like it's almost like, boom, I snap right back. So I feel like, June, and it's interesting because you have a 6 right here, right before the Magician. And then what I think about, I bring about. So I feel like, again, it's that energy of planting those seeds right now. How do I want my life to look? But planting those seeds without like putting like putting extreme restrictions upon them. If I'm talking about love, like, oh, this person must have blonde hair, blue eyes. No, I'm going to trust in divine that they have, especially with your mother involved, right? That the perfect person, it will find you and you will find them, right? In divine timing. But I feel like in the meantime, it's just being grateful for each and every day. It's just a change of how I look at the world, and that change can change everything. I feel June's going to find you in playful energy, and I feel like it's exactly what you're meant to be. Let's go right in the middle, the 6 of Pentacles. Now, I find that interesting because we have the Five of Pentacles right here. The Five of Pentacles talks about that change, right? Some changes that were really outside your control. But then what I always say when I see the Five of Pentacles is I feel like it then moves you towards soulmate energy. So whatever was cut out in this energy, like whatever was cut out from that Five of Pentacles, maybe it was just meant to go anyway. And then you move into the Six of Pentacles. Well, this is a very compassionate soul. This is about give and take, but it's equal. It's equal. And maybe it hadn't been, to this point. Maybe you hadn't found that, right? Like maybe I've been given and given and given, and I just want to receive. But I don't mean that in like you're saying I deserve to receive, though I do feel like you deserve to receive. Um, and it's another 6, by the way, June. So I feel like just stay with your compassionate soul, plant those seeds right now. Um, believe that your dreams can come true. Trust your mom as it relates to love. And I feel like, and then just allow, just just allow, be open, right? Be open. It doesn't mean allow anything and anybody, but I feel like you're moving into a very, what feels like a spiritual time. And, I know your mom's got her eye on your love life. So I'm not even worried there. Excuse me. Because even if you ended up with the wrong person, I feel like somehow, some way, the universe would make sure that that ended so that the right, you know, who's ever meant to be in there will be there. But I have to tell you, I don't even think this is talking about love right now. I think it's just talking about you and how you feel and how you can feel. All of a sudden, I'm getting that picture of your front porch again, like where you're out on your front porch, like I see you planting flowers and, making that sacred space for yourself. And it feels good. It feels good. It's reminding me of a song. Of course, I can't think of the artist, but where what does she say? The dog days are over. The dog days are over. I can picture the artist. I just cannot think of her name, but that's what I feel here. It's like the dog days are over. Now this is more about, I feel like the summer is going to be very playful energy for you. And I feel like the more you can just allow that to be, I feel like the more you're just going to feel content. Content. I don't know if you felt that in a while. And I feel like your mom's like, leave the rest to me. You just be in the present day moment. You just be in a playful state. You trust your inspiration, or you trust your intuition. And, as things start to open up, be willing to move in them. And again, your power with the magician of manifesting is strong. So think about that, because that means that we can manifest great things in our life, but we can also manifest not such great things if we're in that type of, you know, energy. But I don't see that for you, Dawn. I feel like things just get lighter and lighter and lighter. And I feel like this sense of like, and for me, it's like I'm seeing you on your porch, but I'm seeing you like beautifying your porch, like putting flowers out. Um, like I just feel like there's a space where you feel really good in. And, that might be a great place to connect with your mom at the same time. And I don't know why I keep thinking your front porch. But I literally see you like hanging plants, tinkering around, maybe music is playing in the background. It just feels good. Like I want to come out and hang out on the porch with you. All right. I wish we all lived by each other. I'd just have you all over and we'd all just sit there and read. I love the good tarot. I don't use it very often, mainly because it matches the color of my desk. But I do love it. Okay. I keep saying I'm going to try to move faster, but oh my gosh. All right. Coastal creative. I like that. Coastal creative. I used to live by the coast. When I lived in Rhode Island, I spent half my life in Rhode Island, and it's interesting. I'm from Pennsylvania. That is my home state, and I'm back in Pennsylvania, but Rhode Island feels just as much as home as Pennsylvania does to me. And it's funny, just real quick, when I moved to Rhode Island, the person I was with, it was from Rhode Island, and I said that, yeah, I would move back. I would move to Rhode Island with them once my kids, um, once my kids were ready to do that, and then we did. And I said, but I want to move by the water. And he ended up getting us a place in northern Rhode Island, which was not by the water. So it was like a couple years later, I was just like, I'm moving down by the water. And I did. And I loved it there. Anyway, I don't know why I'm saying all that. All right. Hi, Sandy. Requesting a reading, insight on a new means of livelihood, not necessarily conventional corporate job. Current job is not worth the stress, except 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 there's that one person I'll miss. Okay. All right. I feel like I want to stick with a good tarot. Let's give it a few shuffles. Coastal Creative, there's like a bunch of things that are coming to my mind, like a bunch of different things that I don't know. I don't know if the word qualified, like I feel like you're qualified for. And I don't mean that in like another corporate job type of thing. I don't mean that. I mean talents. Like I feel like you have like talents, um, whether they have been learned or they're natural or both. It could be certain, it's like creative talents is what I feel, like your creative house. I feel like when your creative mind is busy, you feel good. So that must mean something. All right. Make sure my deck's in the upright. We have the Queen of Swords. Look how she's got that big owl sitting on her shoulder. That's a sense of wisdom. That's her wisdom. That's how I look at it anyway. That's living one's truth. Could talk about your own voice. Hello, love. This is the Lovers. Ten of Swords. Look at that, the Ace of Cups. Wow, what a mixed bag. Well, I already know the Ten of Swords is. It's just the way you're feeling right now. Because I feel like, you know, like enough is enough. Tower. But listen, I don't feel like this tower is happening to you. I feel like it's you. It's almost like you're handing in, you know, take this job and shove it. We have the Knight of Wands, called the Messenger of Wands here. The Hangman under the Ten of Swords. The Seven of Cups. That makes sense because, you know, you may be in a little bit of a state of limbo. Like, you know, do I give them the tower? Do I end, you know, this job, move on to something new? I do feel like in the Hangman's energy, I am seeking wisdom on my next steps. You know, that's why, like, I'm in, I don't know, stagnant energy is the right word to say, but, you know, I feel like energy has been stagnant around you, but I do feel like, you know, you are seeking wisdom on your, like, your next steps. And why? Because the Seven of Cups means I'm not sure. I'm not sure which direction to take. Let's go on one end. We have the Five of Cups. And then look at this. We have the Fool. Real quick, I want to say something about love, and then I want to talk about the rest. You know, I get this feeling that if you leave that job, which I have a feeling you're going to, that person that you have a crush on, have a feeling they're going to miss you. And I do feel like you'll miss them. But maybe that's exactly how it was meant to happen. Because the Fool is also connected to the Ace of Cups. I just find that interesting. Like, you know, like, oh, she's not here anymore. Life is boring. Okay, so I feel that. But I do feel like you know, I feel like you have some creative ideas that maybe you're not sure, you know, which direction to take them. With the Queen of Swords here opening up the reading, you know, it does talk about the wisdom you already possess. And I already feel like there's certain, you know, gifts or talents that may lie within your creative house that could certainly be, you know, your next job. But I almost feel like it almost feels like working for oneself. Now I don't know if that's a possibility, like financially, if that's a possibility, but you know, maybe that's an ultimate goal. I do feel like you're going to leave that job, and I feel like it does feel like it's going to be a good thing for you. You know, it's like a fresh start. Um, and I feel like you've been asking yourself that for a little while. Like, should I move on? Right? Because I feel like there's been some dissatisfaction for a while. Queen of Pentacles. She's looking over at the Four of Cups. Let's talk about the Queen of Pentacles. First of all, the Queen of Swords, the Queen of Pentacles certainly can share Mercury. So that could talk about communication. You know, your ability to communicate. Often feel a lot of you that show up in these readings are natural healers. You know, whether I do it for a living or it's just naturally who I am. But I do feel like there's talents that you have, there's wisdom you already possess. And I feel like there's gifts um, of a creative nature that is just part of you. You know, when I think of the Queen of Pentacles, I think of someone who, um, you know, her specialty lies within picking up details that other people just seem to miss. So that may be something to think about. Like, you know, do you have that ability um, to really understand things on a different level? I feel like you do. The star, dreams coming true. Um, I don't know. I feel like everything feels like yes, it's time for a fresh start. It's time for you to think about you and you to bring out, you know, I don't know if these are like hidden talents or if you know what I'm talking about, but I feel like there's something where because I feel like you could get right into it. I just want to come back and look at the Fool for a second. We have the King of Swords. Interesting. Interesting, because there's the Queen of Swords. And this king is touching the Ace of Cups. And the Queen of Swords is touching the Lovers. Seven of Wands. The Ace of Swords. Um, Listen, I feel like whatever it is you do next, I feel like it just feels like it's going to be the right thing. You know, like I feel like you're feeling the way you're feeling because I feel like it's time. Like it's time to introduce something new into your world. Um, you know, some more excitement into your world. But I just want to say that I feel like, you know, what do you do next? I feel like you already possess whatever it takes to do, you know, because I feel like there must be some type of wish that you've had. And this may be the right time. Even if I'm just beginning, it may be the right time. And maybe I even start something before I leave one job. Like, you know, I start something like as a side hustle and then it becomes my full time thing. I also feel like that one person, I get a feeling like, you know, once you're gone, they're going to miss you. They're going to miss your energy. And I don't know, that may be, you may even hear from that person. So I feel like the best thing I could say here is trust your own wisdom on the next steps. I feel like you're definitely getting confirmation that, you know, if you were worried, like, should I just leave this job? I feel like this is giving you confirmation that it does feel like you need something new, right? I feel like I feel stagnant. I need something new in my life. Well, the Fool is that's what the Fool presents, right? The Fool is taking a chance on yourself. Um, but I feel like again, you already possess the gifts, you already possess the wisdom, and now it's just putting it to use. But I definitely feel confirmation for you. And, you know, just as a little side thing, I feel like that person, like, if you do this, I feel like they're gonna miss your energy. I was just reading some of your comments. Bliss, you're so welcome. Colleen, you've been looking for a place to get crystals for a better part of a year. Me too. Like, I worry that they're not legit. Jamie, messages when Bo sees my new lab round diamond. Just real quick, I see Sarah right below you. Your birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday. Yeah, I'll take a second and after Jamie, give you some birthday wishes or reading, I meant. All right, Jamie, I'm using the Cosmic Trio. Two Pentacles, King of Pentacles, the Hierophant, Three of Pentacles. Right off the bat, what I feel is this saying is, I like the circles also because I think you put in the word round. Yeah, you did, round diamond. I like that we're seeing the circles. And I feel like it, I don't know the name Bo. I think you said Bo. I definitely feel the appreciation of it. I definitely feel like the appreciation of it. The Star, Seven of Swords. Interesting. Why the Seven of Swords right there? Ten of Pentacles. I get this feeling like, am I spending too much money? I don't even know where that came from, but I just, like, out of the blue, get that feeling of, like, am I spending too much money? But maybe someone is saying that or someone was thinking that. But whatever. You know what I mean? Like, the whatever. But I like the Star with here because I feel like they're going to feel like it looks expensive. Whether it is or it isn't, I feel like it looks like it is. And I feel like, I hate to say, and that's a good thing because I never think material things like are such a great thing, but you know what I mean? I feel like their reaction to it is that. It's interesting because I think in our last lives I thought you said you weren't going to do the lab diamond. But now you're back to the lab diamond. And that's no judgment. I just find that interesting. All right, I want to do a birthday reading. I'm going to use the Psychic Tarot for Sarah. By the way, guys, chat replay is on, as always. So, I know I'm, 6 o'clock already. Where does the time go? I swear I just looked down at my phone and it was 4 o'clock. But anyways, so I leave chat replay on because You know, sometimes you ask a question, but you can't stick around. I don't expect you to stick around for as long as I'm here. All right. Oh, look at that. Sarah. This is the star card. It's almost like a birthday present. We have the Ace of Swords. We have the Four of Swords. We have Wisdom, which is the Hierophant. The Hierophant is mirroring the star. I like that. You know, the Hierophant to me is a higher vibrational energy. So mirroring the star, you know, that's a good thing. Now, I don't like this, the Nine of Swords. You know, that's just worry, but it really is unnecessary worry. You know, maybe you're worried that something wouldn't come to be, but yet I feel like something is coming to be. Maybe it won't be exactly what you think. Um, we have conflict and defeat next to that Nine of Swords. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there is conflict and defeat. I may just worry about that. Look at this. Two of Cups called spiritual union in here. You know, I see the Ace of Swords, and I was going to say that potentially this could be someone reaching out. Now, doesn't even have to mean romantically, because we got to remember, like we can have friends who are soulmates. Our family could be soulmates. Like Dawn, I felt like you and your mom were soulmates. You know what I mean? So I do feel that. Let's see what comes on the other end of it. Look at that. Rejoice and celebration. So, the worry, which is unnecessary. Now, this worry, when I say worry, it can just be overthinking something. I may be overthinking something. Maybe I'm worried that there are certain challenges I won't get through, but I feel like you will get through them. You know, I love that the star opens up this reading, especially because it's your birthday. And I feel like you may hear some type of communication come in that it could be completely unexpected because what's next to it is the Four of Swords. So healing, right? But it's also healing of thyself. You know, I feel like on your birthday, like take it easy. You know what I mean? Like take it easy. Like just allow yourself to have a really good day. But let's go on both sides. Well, there's the wheel. So whatever that wishes is part of your will. And look at this. We have truth on the other side. This is judgment. Present moment energy, right? Calling you to the present moment. Talks about a rebirth. And that would make sense, especially on your birthday. It feels like a dream's coming true that already sits upon your will. It feels like it's sooner versus later. I feel like this worry or overthinking, you just want to look at that. Um, because I feel like it really does feel like it's unnecessary. But you know, that's human nature. I'm gonna go right in the middle. Balance. Balance. Mm. Let me tell you what balance means in this type of reading. It's talking about what's fair and just in your world. This is the justice card. And when justice comes out, unless, it's an actual Libra, this is really about what's, something that makes you feel whole again. I feel like there's some type of wish coming your way. Um, and it can be, again, completely unexpected, though. I feel like, your soul knows it because it is part of your destiny. Now, is it a soulmate? Well, we do have soulmates here. And not only do we have the soulmate card, but then we have a reason to celebrate, you know, right next to it. It's almost like, I don't know, maybe you meet someone like unexpectedly and it just turns out to be the one. I feel like balance is also here because I feel like there has been some, let's just say, past energy that, needed to be dealt with and then healed. And when I say healed, it doesn't mean like, I'm lying in bed for 4 days, allowing myself to heal. Well, I mean, if you have that luxury, great. But you know, I feel like we all have little broken pieces, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's just human nature. Um, but I feel like this is really healing the mind. Healing things that maybe would have been fearful for in the past. I feel like you're much more open to it now. Justice is about making you whole again. And what beautiful energy to come for your birthday. And I feel like judgment is just saying, we're not talking about energy that's way down the road. We're talking about energy that's right around the corner. But you do need to be present. It just means that you need to be in the present moment, right? Not projecting yourself too far out in the future. Because again, the seeds that we plant today, will determine what our harvest will be in the fall. If we plant no seeds, we have no harvest. Um, but I feel like this seed had already been planted, and it feels like it's energy that's coming toward you. Listen, if you're not in love, then I feel like you may be falling in love. If you're already in love, then I feel like this is about it going into an even higher vibration. So I feel like it's vibrational, like a high vibrational love to start with. But if you're not in love, then, or if you don't have any in your life right now, I wouldn't be surprised if very soon you do have someone in your life. I feel like make those wishes. Like when you blow, I don't know if you're having a birthday cake or not, but if you're blowing out a candle, like make a wish. Make a wish. Because I feel like, and then you're going to see it come true. However, I do want to add though, when we like make a wish, we want to kind of let go of exact, like, it's like making a wish. But like I said earlier, don't put a lot of restrictions upon it, like it must look this way, because it's like divine knows what it is that we are yearning for, waiting for. I shouldn't use the word waiting. Um, but still, it has to come from you first, right? Like planting that seed. And sometimes just planting the seed, hey, I'm ready. I'm ready for change. I'm ready for whatever is new. Let it come find me. I'm ready. And I feel like that's what the Four of Swords was. So, you know, don't overthink what's coming towards you, because it literally is saying it's a reason to celebrate. And it's kind of like, your spiritual team is also celebrating your birthday. Okay. Happy birthday, my dear. Tomorrow. I know it's tomorrow, but right, I got to get to some of these donations. And hi Sandy, first super chat message got sent wrong, so I had to delete it. I'd like to know if things are going to improve in my life soon, and if so, in what way? Thank you. You're very welcome. All right. I'm going to stay with the psychic tarot. You know, I don't say this very often, but I feel like there's a need to kind of project out to the universe or to divine, like how do I say this? Like, see yourself in the way that you'd like to see your life. Like, have that picture in your mind for whatever changes that you're looking for, you know, like picture it in your mind. And I feel like I must be saying this, because you must be under the influence of, I feel like something's got an influence over you. Reread that question. Okay. Financial and material changes. Strength card, power. Four of Swords, rest and rejuvenation. You know, there may be some elements of your life, because you have a 5, opens up the reading, that is change. And then you have an 8, and that is about a new beginning. We have the waiting game, though I do have to say it came in reverse, and I really wasn't reading reversals today, but I get the feeling this is meant to be in reverse. Because I feel like you've been in this certain type of, like, almost like caught in a web type of energy energetically. And I feel like that's coming to an end. Ace of Swords, nice. Triumphant success is what it says. Well, hello, love begins. 2 aces back to back. Temptation. Coming under the 4 of Swords. Card of Capricorn. Discontentment and boredom. This is the 4 of Cups. Look at this. Positive movement forward. Oh my gosh, another ace. The Ace of Pentacles. Is there changes? Yes. Do you have to allow them? Yes. You know, I feel like there is a need where, I don't know if you're hanging on to anything from the past that maybe just didn't serve you anyway. Because I do feel like there's a need to, like, let the past be the past, because you have so many aces and they're beautiful. I mean, what ace isn't beautiful? But first of all, the Ace of Swords coming under financial and material changes. Triumphant success is what it says. And then now we have positive movement forward there. So whatever changes are coming here, you know, we don't know. Like, are they good changes? Are they bad changes? But then you have positive movement forward. So it must be in a good way. And then we get the Ace of Cups, where it literally says love begins. The Ace of Pentacles, prosperity begins. Well, there's those financial changes. So, but I also feel like you got to allow it at the same time. So I feel like there's an importance to clear your energy. Um, Almost like there's like these hooks in you. So, you can do that through Reiki, but I also feel like, you just go on YouTube and look for a video where it helps you to clear your chakras. And if you can find some time, some quiet time, and I'd wear headphones. I feel like that's what you need, and I feel like that just helps to, like, get the energy moving again, because I do feel like you've been in this stagnant type energy. It's literally saying discontentment and boredom, but the waiting game, it's turned around, so I feel like where I feel like I've been stuck, now energy is starting to flow again. Again, the natural ebbs and flows of life. Um, but I also want to say with the strength card here, called power here, it is looking at oneself and it's understanding oneself, all aspects. But this person is half person, half lion. And I do feel like I feel like someone is very courageous when they're able to go deep, and really get to know oneself. Where have I put my own blocks? Where have I let other people block me? What type of energy tempts me to it? Do I had a tendency to get tempted into dark energy because it seemed fun, but now maybe I know better type of energy. I feel like you have some changes coming up, but I feel like you're ready. I'm gonna go right in the middle. Look at that. New beginning, the Fool. So, it's like you have three aces. To me, that's three different changes coming out. But you do have to allow it. And I say that especially with the Fool. It says new beginning here, and that's really what the Fool is. It's a new beginning. And the Fool is also a message about not bringing your past into your present, because then that becomes part of your future. And I'm talking about the things that didn't work out, the things that weren't serving you. Like, I got to let that go. I got to let it be. I got to get excited about what can be, right? The Fool lives in the present moment. And the Fool definitely takes chances. It's almost like I trust that my angels will catch me if I fall, and they will, and they will. So it feels like whatever stagnant energy you've been in, which, by the way, I feel like a lot of us have been in. Where it's like one step forward, three steps back. But I feel like that's changing. I know I said in a lot of the monthly readings for June, where I felt like the first half of the year was difficult. I feel like the second half of the year, it's going to be much more easygoing, free flowing type of energy. We just need to allow that. So I feel like, the days of healing, I feel like, you've done that. And now this is about allowing yourself to experience what's going to be new in your life. Literally, it's saying that something is coming into your physical world. And by the way, there are two people who are nurturing this seed. And that's exactly what these aces need. They need nurturing. They need us to reach out and say yes to them. Otherwise they just dry up and die. New beginning, love, yourself, the belief in yourself, and potentially in your money, like your money growing. And listen, if there's something I'm unsatisfied with, then this may signify it's time to make those changes. And if that sounds scary, then just step by step by step, because there's a lot that wants to come in. I feel like that's why the waiting game is in reverse, because I feel like that's the energy you've been in, and now it's changing. You have a lot that's coming towards you. And I feel like the main message is take on the Fool's energy. Like, don't allow your past to predict what your future is going to be. You predict it by the seeds you plant right now. It's like as these seeds come into your life, or these aces, nurturing each and every one. If you so choose, you can say no, but I feel like you're not going to say no, because everything is moving toward you is of a positive nature, where I feel like in the past, it's been a lot of like, oh man, I've got to do some deep reflection. I got to figure this out type of energy. So now these changes are coming. Jump into the Fool's energy. Take chances. Grab these aces. Thank you, universe. I'm going to nurture these aces, and I'm going to just let them grow and grow and grow. It literally looks like a different life, but a better life. I don't know if better life is the right word, but let's just say a more fulfilled life. Like, I feel like you are receiving the fulfillment that you have been longing for. And I'm not sure longing is even the right word. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Heather. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Heather, where'd you go? Will Bobby come back? And if so, when? D, I just wanted to address your statement. Yeah, I had a feeling of that. I had a feeling that you were probably fighting at that point. But I still don't like the words that he used. You know what I mean? But that's coming from like a friend, like as your friend. I don't like those words. Like I want to smack them. All right. Heather, will Bobby come back? And if so, when? All right. Bobby. We're going to use the unknown tarot. I don't know the name of it. I know it starts with an I. It's so weird how I remember things. Like when I think of people's names, like, oh, I forget, or a song, like I can always get the first initial. It's just how my brain thinks. All right. It's Bobby. For Heather. 10 of Wands. Well, your cards are just flying out. Ace of Wands. King of Wands, Holy Wands. Here we go again. The Emperor. I'm purposely not giving signs because I'm not looking at the people in front of me as a sign. I'm just looking at them as people, if that makes sense. We have the Queen of Swords. We have the Four of Wands, under that Ace of Wands. We have the Two Swords under the King of Wands. And then we have the Ten of Swords under the Emperor. How interesting that we have such beautiful energy right here. But then what's wrapped around it is a lot of confusion. Four of Pentacles, Two of Cups. Okay. You know, I feel like there's a question I want you to ask yourself. You know, do you find yourself in like repeat patterns? And this is just to ask yourself. You don't even have to answer me. Looks like this card wants to come out, so I'm going to take it. Seven of Pentacles. And here's why I'm saying that. Because I feel like, and I don't necessarily feel like it's with Bobby. Of course, it could be. But I feel like, you know, there could be like this energy of like repeat patterns in your life. And I feel like I have to know that. Because otherwise it just will keep happening. Now that could just mean that, you know, sometimes you're attracted to lower vibrational energy, which by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you know, some people like to live in lower vibrational energy. To each their own, right? Like if that's what you want, that's what you want. Now I don't feel like that for you, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't look down on someone because that's the life they chose. That's their life. But now as it relates to you, that wouldn't be so good, right? Because I don't want to keep getting pulled into the same old, same old. You know, it's showing that you two of you are soulmates. It's showing that things did become too much. And that's probably why things ended. But then you get the Ace of Wands. So the Ace of Wands certainly could speak about, I want to say Bobby. I'm sure is that the right name? Oh, it just went away. I want to make sure I'm saying the right name. Where'd you go? Dang it, I can't find your comment now. Sorry, guys, I'm looking for. Yep, okay, I found it. Bobby, yep. Okay. Oh, what the heck? Um, all right. So I just wanted to make sure I was saying the right name. But anyways, here's another thing I'm thinking. I'm seeing the King of Wands that then moves into the Emperor. So right off the bat, I feel like there is evolution. There is a lifting of a vibration. The Emperor is someone that I would look up to. But it may have taken me a moment, or I shouldn't have put it that way. I feel like maybe Bobby's energy has matured, so to speak. Like I've become a better man, um, type of energy. So I do like that. I do like that. Almost like I've become more grounded, grounded within myself. It's interesting. I feel like if we could take all like life's little problems out of this situation, then I feel like the two of you would be together. But with the our earthly problems, I feel like that's what's coming in between the two. And I do feel like you question, like, should I even, is this something I should even wait for? And I feel like that's got to be a personal choice. I am seeing you as soulmates, but again, it doesn't necessarily mean like soulmates are meant to be together forever. Sometimes we're just here to teach each other in some way, some fashion. But I do feel like Bobby's energy has evolved, um, matured, potentially thinking differently, where maybe before I was thinking mainly about myself, and that's not necessarily the case. Doesn't mean I'm not still thinking about myself, but I feel like, I'm realizing that it can't all be about me, because I feel like everyone will fade out of Bobby's life if that's the case. But as this relates to you, it's showing the potential, right? Because you have the Ace of Wands that goes right into the marriage card or the commitment card. But then right next to that is the Two of Swords. So a little fear, but it's telling us why. Because then if we go one card over, the Ten of Swords. So somewhere along the road, I feel like you found yourself like in a repeat pattern. Now, if it is with Bobby, because it does look like there may be a chance of the two of you like reconnecting. But if it is with Bobby that you have found yourself like in a repeat pattern, it wouldn't be a good pattern, by the way. Because with all the 10 swords, it's like sword after sword in one's back to the point of submission. But the two swords coming before that, I feel like, okay, that's already happened. That's where my fear lies. I don't want to make the same mistakes I've made in the past. And I completely get that. And in the Two Swords, the person is wearing a blindfold. It's just something I may not want to face, but I need to face it. It'll only serve me by facing in it. And you do have two twos. You have the Two of Swords kind of blocking, right? Wearing that blindfold. But then you have the Two of Cups, so signifying what type of love this is. Even the Seven of Pentacles meant to happen, right? But again, I'll never say like guaranteed for the rest of our lives, because no one can control another's free will. I mean, you can try, but good luck. And I don't mean you, Heather. I just mean anyone. Like you may be able to control it for a little while, but then, people are going to snap out of it. So, anyway, King of Cups. Okay, I like that. I do want to look at this Ten of Swords, though. Eight of Cups. Okay, so to me, that's good news, because I feel like this means that maybe you had no choice but to really like go deep and find emotional clarity. I feel like it's a necessity when it comes over the Ten of Swords. Like, I have to look within my emotional house. I have to understand the swords that have pierced my back, or at least understand why did I allow them, right? Because it's not one sword, it's 10 swords. But again, I feel like that is of the past. So I feel like with emotional clarity, like it's so much easier to let like these things go. Like, don't blame yourself, like if you found yourself on repeat patterns, or I took sword after sword. Don't put the blame on yourself, just see it, understand it. So I do feel like there's a good chance. Let's just put it this way. I feel like the love isn't the question. I feel like it's everything else. And I feel like there is a good chance of this really being quite a loving relationship. But I do feel like there had to be growth, and there had to be emotional clarity. I don't know, maybe we hurt each other. Or maybe I just got hurt, but nonetheless, there was hurt, there was pain, to the point where it probably became too much. So I just need to look at that, understand that, and listen. This is what I would say, because I do feel like there is a good chance. But I would say, like I say a lot, you want to make sure that whatever caused the initial, let's just say, breakup, whatever the problems were, that we're willing to look at them, face them, deal with them, right? And then put them behind us. Look at that, Seven of Cups and the Queen of Wands. Okay. So I feel like, excuse me, Seven of Cups to me means a lot of uncertainty. I don't know what cup to choose. I don't know if it's the right cup. If I say yes to a cup, am I then going to miss the wrong cup? That type of thing. Um, that's why you want to just look at the whole situation. Like, look at it from the big picture down. If energy was able to be cleared and understood, and then put behind you, then I feel like there's a very good chance that you could have quite a love life, you and Bobby. Um, and I do think that there has been growth within his own life. And I do feel like that was a necessity. And I feel like if that's the case, with the King of Cups that came out, and the King of Cups to me represents someone who wants to be in love. And now the Queen of Wands next to that, moving according to your passion, right? So if you feel passionate, move towards it, but understand what you're moving towards. That's all. So if there were conflicts in the past, those, then go step by step to make sure that those conflicts have been overcome and understood. It's important that we understand them, or we're doomed to repeat them. So I feel like I can't give you a guarantee here, but I do feel like if I could just get rid of all the other little things in life, then I feel like you two of you would be together. But I do feel like there were issues in between. You know what I mean? And listen, it may have come from outside sources, but it affected the two of you. Um, so I feel like, yes, I feel like there's a good chance this may come back around. Just make sure it's what you want. Make sure that you're able, both of you. to give and receive equally. If Bobby comes back into the picture and has a lot of issues that you'll end up having to deal with, well, my dear, I don't think that's meant to be. So, see, there's so much free will here. It's hard to give like a yes or a no, but it is showing the potential. It's even showing that you're soulmates. But I know that just because someone's a soulmate, I mean, the person I was with before Sam was a soulmate, and we're no longer together, but we're still friends. You know what I mean? But some soulmates last a lifetime. If this has been a repeat, like break up, get back together, break up, then we really need to look at, the root of the problem. And if we can find the root of the problem, then I feel like this relationship can go far. Okay, I'm going to let that be. It's funny, I came on today and I was going to say, I think I'm going to do 3 cards for each person, just to move things along quicker. But then I thought, I can't do that. Like, I got to give you, I mean, they're not full readings, but as much as I can. I just making sure nobody paid PayPal. Okay, where was I? All right. Peter, question above. Question above. Okay, I found it. Hello, Sandy. Hi, Peter. I have a question. There was a person that was in my life recently. Oh, wait. There was a person that was in my life. Recently, they have been in my dreams, and I feel the energy, still not sure what to make, and I feel their energy, still not sure what to make of it. Man, Peter, I have to say, I have felt that energy in a few of the monthly readings for June also. Interesting. I wish I could tell you which ones, but because I do so many readings, it's hard to remember like which one had which. But that's interesting. I'm going to use the Light Seers. All right, so this person has been in your dreams. Not sure what to make of this energy. I think you said this is someone that there was a person that was in your life that's recently been in your dreams. What is that about? Are those signs for Peter? Are the dream signs? The Hierophant. I'm starting to lose my voice. It's funny. Looks like the Stairway to Heaven. We have the 8 of Swords. We have the 9 of Wands. We have the Tower. This person in the Nine of Wands is looking right back at the Eight of Swords. Person in the Eight of Swords is in a self-created prison. But I have to say, it's like their higher self is seeing what their human self is doing. And I feel like that might be a message for you. It's almost like seeing your life from outside the body. Six of Wands. King of Wands. The Empress. And the Four of Wands. Wow. You know, this is interesting because I get this feeling of like this person that was in your life. I get this feeling like there may have been things left unsaid, undone. I don't know that it's over type of energy. But yet I feel like you're having these dreams because I almost feel like you're working through certain issues, certain things through your dreams. Excuse me. You know, I don't know if you've like, I don't know, like put love on hold, like that type of energy. But I feel like you might be hearing from this person. And I also find it interesting that the Empress is like, it's like she's dreaming. It's like she's dreaming. So I get this feeling that you're both dreaming of each other. And I almost feel like working out issues. Now, it doesn't mean absolutely that it means two people are coming together, but there could be some issues. There was probably love there. Um, and I feel like it's almost like, how do I say this? Like spiritual visitation, so to speak. But it's so that we can better understand. Like I feel like this other person is also having dreams. And I feel like the dreams are of you. So, you know, and listen, when spirit can't reach us, our guides can't reach us because let's just say we have a lot on our plate, our mind is busy, what have you, we're going on living our, you know, our day is busy. So our guides can't seem to get assigned to us. Well, then they'll use our dreams because that's where we just completely let go. And that is where we're connected to other worlds. So I feel like this is the two of you working out earthly issues, but in spiritual energy. Let's take a card on both sides: the Hermit, the spiritual one, and the Seven of Cups. Yeah, I just get this feeling that there were certain things left unsaid, undone. You know, almost like there wasn't like real closure. And you know, does that mean this person potentially the two of you are going back into each other's lives? Potentially. You do have the Four of Wands here. And that Four of Wands, by the way, is a commitment card, marriage card. but it's also being mirrored by the Six of Wands, which is the energy of being victorious. And above that is the Hierophant, which is about your faith, your trust. And I love that the Hermit's coming under that, over that, because I feel like that's what you're doing. Like you're reflecting deeply. And listen, even if this isn't about two people coming back together, I feel like it's giving you a certain advantage, a viewpoint that maybe you can't have, you couldn't have during your waking hours, let's say. I'm going to take one in the middle. Look at that, the Fool. So this could potentially be talking like, I don't know if you're with anyone right now. And that's why I'm careful when I say something like this, because I don't think we should break up with someone, well, I mean, I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm just going to tell you what I see. So the Fool, that is about a new beginning. And whether it be with this person or not, I feel like this is about you clearing energy. This is about energy that's kind of been stuck within you. And I feel like it's your guides helping you to first of all find the closure. But listen, if this is also about the two of you coming together, it's kind of beautiful, because I feel like, you know, I don't know if you've tried to have like a conversation in your dream, but you should try, because you might be able to like have an actual conversation. But I really feel like the main reason why you're dreaming this, or you're dreaming of this person, and I feel like the same thing is happening on the other end, is to be the ability to clear that energy. Now, I'm not saying it to clear it so it never can be again. It may just be the opposite of that. It may be because it may be again. I'm going to take one more. Four of Swords, healing. So that's what's happening while you're dreaming. It's healing you. It's healing your counterpart. It's so that you can live in the Fool's energy. This is a perfect example of how our spirit guides work, how the angels work. If like they just can't seem to get a message to us, or we're just not paying attention, then they absolutely will use our dreams. I would say if you continue to have these dreams, I would document them. I would write down what you remember. Like keep a little notebook by your bed and like jot it down. You don't have to jot down everything, but I feel like through that you may find your own messages. But yeah, this is healing the energy and clearing the energy. So it's really quite a beautiful thing. Okay. I fear I'm going to lose my voice. All right, I got to start moving faster. Erica Duncan, by the way. I have new owners taking over my place of work. How do you see that working out for me? Thank you, Erica. I see your comment below. Let me grab a drink real quick. And give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I wanted to get a mint. Erica, I'm going to use the Cozy Witch Tarot. And I'd probably say no more donations. I'll definitely read what's on the table, but I would say, even though when I say that, I don't know why I say that, because people come on, they don't hear me say that. I'm just afraid I'm going to lose my voice completely. All right, Erica. New owners coming in. What does that mean for Erica? How does that look for Erica? Anything she need to worry about? Or is it a good thing? Okay, these are the same cards from the last reading, so I'm not going to use them. I'm going to use the Tarot Dreams. What the heck? All right, let's give these a shuffle. All right, Erica. Palace of Swords. I like that. But then the Three Swords got to come out. Why? Ten of Wands. I get a feeling that, let's just say, whoever owned your company before, I feel like they had no choice. I almost feel like they had to make that change. You have the Fool here. I feel like temporarily, I feel like it can feel a little rough with the Nine of Swords. But remember, this is about unnecessary worry. Worry nonetheless. Look at this with the Palace of Pentacles. So I do feel like it's unnecessary worry. We have the Devil under the Ten of Wands. We have the Hangman under the Fool. I almost feel like the Hangman's like maybe you were thinking of leaving, or you were worried that maybe you were going to be phased out. I don't think that's going to happen. We have the Six of Cups. And then look at this with the Ten of Pentacles. Okay, so Erica, I feel like I can definitely see the change here. Literally, it's like it goes from the Page of Swords to the Page of Pentacles. But listen, in the same breath, you're benefiting from that. Excuse me. You're benefiting from that. I don't feel like this Three of Swords is yours. I feel like it's just energy around, let's just say, the workplace. I feel like any change is hard, but I feel like this is the type of change where I feel like people are worried. maybe worried for their jobs type of thing. Like, will I still have a job? Um, I feel like you will, because literally you go from the Fool to the Ten of Pentacles. Well, the Fool is the change, right? The Fool is the change. But it's showing you in really an abundant energy from that change, where right before that change was the Ten of Wands. That's a lot of heaviness. That's a lot of, I don't know, some like responsibilities are being lifted. But I feel like energy eventually. This feels like a good thing. It almost feels like it had to be, because I get this sense like someone is sad, and I don't feel like it's you. I feel like it's more of like, I don't know if it was like a group of people or a person who owned a business. But I almost feel like I had no choice. And I do feel like, there's some sadness around that. I feel like in the beginning, the energy, it's like it feels like everyone's alert. Everyone's on guard, so to speak. But I feel like, Erica, just be true to you. Do you, and I feel like you'll have the recognition. Like, I don't feel like you need to worry, though I do see you worrying, but I don't feel like you need that. Let's go right in the middle. Look at this, the Magician. And then the Six of Swords. Okay. First of all, I feel like I'm picking up on the old owner's energy. Um, but I also feel like I feel like this is also speaking to you. So, it's going both ways. Um, let's just say that for whatever reason, your job came under question, then I feel that you'd be guided by your spiritual team to something new. And but I don't feel like that's going to happen. I really don't. I feel like this is temporary energy that you're going through. Let's just say the whole workplace is going through. But honestly, I see you only benefiting from it, even though, I still got to get through this energy. But I do feel like you benefit from it. And I feel like just be you. You know what I mean? Put your best foot forward. And I don't know. I feel like you might even get a raise. Like, you may end up making more money. And I'm not sure that's for everyone. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it depends on their work. But I feel like it feels like you become more abundant than what you were. So, I feel like, again, just temporary energy. Excuse me, guys. I'm so sorry. Um, it just feels temporary. And I guess the more you can just go with the flow, like, like if there's like people talking, if there's drama going on, just separate yourself from that. Like, be you, be your person, do your, because I feel like you're very qualified, and I feel like it will be recognized. But it's just getting through this change, and that's what it is. It's a change. Um, and unfortunately, I am picking up on what I feel like someone who had to let it go. And I do feel like some sadness around it. And maybe the sadness is they were worried about the employees. But that's who we're doing the reading for. You turn out more abundant. Abundance finds you. Now, if, let's say, maybe you don't like working under this new company or what have you, then I feel like then your guides are like, but there's more you can do. Like I don't feel like you'd be left out in the cold. I just don't. Because I feel like you're moving towards a more abundant time. So I really don't see anything that I feel like you need to worry about. Even though the worry card is here, I really don't feel like you need that. Really quite the opposite, to be honest. Okay, pick that up. I'm hoping that means that, certainly looks like more money is coming your way. Recognition, that would be recognition of a job well done type of energy. Moonlight, I don't see a question. I'll look for a second. Moonlight, where are you? All right, so I don't know if Moonlight is still here, but I am not seeing a question. Oh, wait, here it is. Thank God I scrolled way down. Oh, wait, my question is above. I never did super chat, so I'm learning. Um, I'll repeat it when it comes time. Seems she's starting from top, working her way down. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. So I don't know if you deleted your last question. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick. Nope. I don't see anything. So, Moonlight, if you wouldn't mind just retyping your question in, I'd really appreciate it. Let me see. Let me go down. Oh, there you are. Okay, Moonlight, it's up above my donation, like 20 above. Okay. I always feel like a hole is in my soul. I did read that comment. I always feel like a hole is in my soul, missing someone I don't know. And is that what you want me to check on? Of course it is. Why else would you ask that? All right. I feel like I'm going to use the crystal vision. Could be a twin flame, Moonlight. Could be a soulmate. You could be feeling past life energy also. And I'm saying that because all of a sudden the past life reading I did just popped up in my mind. So I don't know if you watched that or not. But that's certainly, I remember that reading talking about like having like feeling like there was a hole in my heart. But let's see. Temperance, divine timing. Temperance's first message though is patience, and then divine timing. 6 of Wands, The Chariot. I mean, right off the bat, such beautiful energy. The Moon. Interesting because the Moon is a card of Pisces, but it's the ruler of Cancer. And the Chariot is Cancer's card. And you have 3 major arcanas out of 4 cards. Ace of Wands under Temperance. Look at this, my dear. The 4 of Wands, the marriage card. You know, I say this all the time, but this is my favorite love card. Because this is about 2 people who, I have a feeling, Moonlight, that this is about a past life love. Potentially a twin flame, but don't hold me to that. And don't even search that. You know what I mean? Like, because I feel like if that's what it is, then it will reveal itself to you. But I definitely feel like this is like, I feel like it's painting a very clear picture here. So Temperance talks about patience, right? But then the Ace of Wands comes underneath that. And the Ace of Wands is inspired action. So it's almost like Temperance is saying, I will inspire you when it's time to take action. Or another way of saying that is, when this energy starts moving closer and closer to you, I will be giving you signs. It will be pretty clear. And part of that may be that feeling you have. I have a feeling you've had that feeling. But Temperance does say patience. We have the Unknown card. It's almost like I'm dreaming of someone, but I don't know who they are. The crystal ball is not clear. And maybe that's exactly how it was meant to be. I definitely think you should check out that past life reading, Moonlight. I did it. It was definitely in the month of May. I hate to just send someone on a wild goose chase. Did I say that right? We have the Devil. Card of Capricorn. We have the 8 of Cups. And then look at this. Soulmates. You're connected to someone from a past life or past lives, probably more than one lifetime. Now, the good news is when we do leave this earth, you will be reconnected. That's just a given. And I'm not even going to say you have to wait until you leave this earth, because I feel like the Ace of Wands under Temperance, who was saying, we need some patience here. But I feel like you've had that patience. Now, and you know what else I want to say about Temperance is, and I don't even know why I feel this way, but I feel like Temperance is really responsible for the soulmate energy. Part of her job is to make sure that both cups are equally filled. Now, I don't know why I know that, but I feel like I know that. I feel that to be the truth, whether that just be my own truth. But I feel that. So I feel And when we have a past life love, it's not that we're not meant to find other love in this lifetime. We are meant to have different experiences. But then when it comes together, it comes together. It kind of reminds me of like Sam and I. And even though we weren't together for a long time, like there was all, like, I don't know, I just couldn't love anybody as deeply as they deserved. Like, I know that. Like, romantically, I couldn't give, and it could have been just some of my experiences, but I felt like I couldn't give love back in the way that certain people deserved it. Um, and then Sam comes into my life. And now I'm free. I'm easily able to give love. Now, why am I talking about myself? I don't know. Other than there must be some type of similarity. I feel like there is someone who is going to come. I do feel like this person's going to come into this lifetime. And it's interesting because I feel like it may not be that far away. And I get this feeling, like all of a sudden this feeling was put in me that that's why you got this reading today. Like, that's why you got this reading today. It's almost like preparing you. And I feel like when I say preparing you, it's like letting go, or let me put it a different way. It's like, how do I say this? It's like experiencing the love before the love even shows. You know what I mean? It's like seeing yourself in it. Now, that's not a necessity, but I feel like this is saying, and maybe that's why I was talking about like how I couldn't really love another. Not that I didn't love him, but I didn't love him as deeply. It just wasn't as deep. And I know that. And maybe that's why I said that, because I feel like maybe this is also that type of love where you are going to notice the difference. I love that you have the Ace of Wands right next to the Four of Wands, with Temperance controlling all of that and the energy of being victorious above it. This makes me feel like when this love comes in, or when you cross each other's paths, we don't always want to say when this love comes in. It's when we cross each other's paths. And by the way, with Temperance here, this is energy I can let go of. This is energy I can hand over and just say, I trust you, divine. I trust you, my angels. I trust you, God. I trust that this love will find me. And in the meantime, I'm just going to live my life. I'm going to learn to be the best me, right? Especially if I want the highest of love, then I've got to be able to give that. So some of this patience may have been while you were working out certain issues in your own life. But I feel like I can give you that answer to why you have that hole. But I feel like that hole is going to be filled. I'm going to go right in the middle. Queen of Pentacles and the Three of Pentacles. Three of Pentacles is another one of my favorite cards when it's in a love reading. And the reason why is because I feel like in a Three of Pentacles, this is someone who can recognize your soul. This is someone who can recognize your individuality and appreciate every bit of it. And that means the good, the bad, the ugly. It means the things that I don't like about myself, they love. And it's interesting that the Queen of Pentacles comes out because To me, I call her my psychic detective. Okay, so I want to ask one question. So I can see exactly what the hole is from. I can see how I feel like it's going to be filled, and it's going to be filled with love. And I see that it has the highest commitment of all. So now what I want to ask is, can we know approximately when? You know, part of me wants to say that you have a lot to do with that. And why would that be? Well, because if my soul is calling for this high vibrational love, then I've got to make sure that I can also give that high vibrational love, right? I got to match the vibration that I want in my life. I don't really feel that's a problem with you. Look at that, the Five of Swords, but in reverse. It's almost like the toxic energy, gone. Toxic, gone. That could have been part of the patience. That could have been part of the whole scheme. Not really answering the question, or maybe it is. Seven of Wands. Interesting. So we're in May, right? And I'm seeing that five, and then a seven. First of all, seven is a very spiritual number, and this is talking about spiritual soulmates. So, you know, I like seeing the seven there. That seven is about standing your ground, but that's not how I'm reading it. I don't feel that. Um, you know, maybe there was a time when you really had to learn how to stand your ground. But other than that, I feel like this is just talking about the spirituality. Um, but I feel like it's almost like between May and July because I was asking that question. Oh, my daughter's calling. I'll call her back. Um, all right, I want to see if anything else wants to come out. It's hard to ignore my daughter's call. Let me grab it real quick. Hello? Hi, I'm in lives right now. Yeah, okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Okay, where'd you guys go? Okay. Hi, Sean. Just saw you pop in. Um, okay, so Moonlight. Sorry about that. I just felt like I had to answer. Excuse me. Um, all right, so what was we doing? We are gonna do one more shuffle. One more shuffle. Ten of Pentacles. Look at that. You know, first of all, to me, the Ten of Pentacles is the house that takes root. And what I mean by that is this is perfect energy for what I feel like was past lifetimes and probably future lifetimes energy because I feel like, you know, it takes root and even if we cross over, that energy is still there. Um, Man, I just want you to watch that past life reading. You know, and it's interesting you said that you've had this feeling since you were a little girl. Um, and that's probably why I spoke about Sam and I, like, because even though we did meet when I was young, when I was a teenager, um, you know, it didn't last that long. We broke up, um, but yet I went all that time where truly never really completely felt 100% fulfilled. But I just feel like, you know, it'll all make sense when it makes sense. It all makes sense as it starts to happen. Because again, divine is saying, just let go of control. And I do feel like you got this reading today because chances are it's probably going to happen. You know, I want to say soon, but I don't know how soon is. You know what I mean? But I do feel that. But if nothing else, I feel like it lets you understand where that hole is coming from. Okay, let me pick this up. I hope that helped, my dear. I felt very connected to that. Not that I don't feel connected to every reading, but I really felt that deep in my soul. Oh, why did my thing stop? You're very welcome. Um, all right, so I know other people are not going to know this, but after Sean, I'm going to stop taking questions because I'm literally losing my voice. I've been on since I think one. But let me go back. Ay ay ay. Valerie, please. I'm suspecting my son's father, Ronald, is planning on go. All right, let me. All right, Valerie. All right, I can't add up the dates, but it's interesting. My son passed on February 12th. Um, anyway, suspecting my son's father, Ronald. I did a reading for you, Valerie. I think because I know these dates. But anyway, you feel like that Ronald is planning on trying to take full custody of your son. If so, will he succeed? All right, my dear. Fucking people. Sometimes I get mad at people. Like, what the? Why can't people just let people live happily? Um, I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot, Valerie. I see my screen scrolling on the phone, but not on my laptop. So hopefully everything is okay. And by the way, no more questions past Sean. Sean, okay, Valerie. Whoa, flying off the table. Seven of Cups. That makes sense because that's the kind of energy you're in right now, right? You're questioning what's going on. Five of Cups. Temperance. Beautiful. The Star. And I'm not even thinking about the dates, Valerie. Ten of Wands. That's what you're going through right now. The Five of Pentacles under the Five of Cups. But look at this. The Ten of Cups. The Knight of Wands. Okay. Excuse me. Let's put one on this end. Five of Swords. Well, that's Ronald. King Cups. You know, I don't know if he's using finances as like leverage. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, not that your son doesn't love his father, but I don't feel like that's where he would want to be. He wants to be a mom. I feel like, you know, it's hard to say what a court of law would do, but it looks to me like, you know, if your son is living with you now, I don't feel that he'll be displaced. You know, it's almost like Ronald is carrying some type of like, I want to say stick up his ass. Excuse my language, but that's what I feel. I feel like he's causing you a lot of distress. And, you know, he may be doing better financially, but finances are not the answer, right? It's the love. And I feel like you carry so much love in your heart for your son. And I feel like that would come off very clear. Now, you know, the only issue, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm going to take that back because I don't really see what I was about to say. I feel like, I definitely feel like you should pray about it. You know, if you pray, I would pray about it. Because I feel like your prayers are being heard. And then I feel like your prayers will be answered. Now, I know this sounds like so like, oh, okay, that's all I had to do. No, I feel like, of course, there may be a little bit of a battle, but it almost feels like good wins over bad. And I guess I'd have to put Ronald in the bad and you in the good. Let's look right at these two fives, two of swords. Okay, so that's more worry than anything else. Okay, but I want to ask because I really want to try to give you a clear answer here. So as I look at this and as I feel it all. I do feel the worry. I do feel that Ronald is hard to deal with. I don't feel let's say a judge asked your child, who do you want to live with? Because at a certain age, I do believe that happens. I do feel like he would say you. Now, it doesn't mean like when mom and child get in a fight that, because I used to do that, like, I'm gonna go live with dad. Anyway, let's move forward. We have the Page of Pentacles. I feel like that's your son. That's why I don't really even look at the dates in this type of reading, because it's only you, Ronald, and your son, and me. Page of Wands in reverse. That makes me feel like he's not going anywhere. Okay, and why would that be? Why would that be? Is it because... Okay, Five of Wands. So I didn't even get my full question out, but... And the World. I feel the battling. I do. I feel the hardship. I feel the bullshit you're going through right now. I feel all of that. But I do not think that your son will, I do not feel like he'll go move it. I don't feel like he'll live with his dad, unless it becomes his choice. But I don't feel like, I feel like if it went to a court of law, I feel like you would win, even if you have less money. Because sometimes the one who has got the money thinks, well, I'm going to win. But you know what I really feel? I feel like true love wins. And I mean that as a mother to a child. And I'm not saying Ronald doesn't love his son, but what I'm saying is he can't nurture and love his son like you can. That's just a fact. I also want to say, if Ronald, is like calling on the phone, causing you problems, trying to get you involved in any drama, don't do it. Don't fall for any of the drama. And I don't know why, but maybe, who knows? Maybe it's like he gets you all worked up and then records you being all worked up. And then that's used against you, which, I don't think you can record someone without their permission in a court of law. However, I just feel like, like try not to get pulled into Ronald's drama. You know, um, I just don't feel like, I feel like everything's falling on your side. But I in no way feel like this is going to be easy, but I do feel like you'll get through it. I love that the Page of Wands came out reversed, because I literally felt that, like, he's not going anywhere. So I feel good about that. But I feel like the only thing I'm going to warn you about is Ronald and his drama. And because I almost feel like I would use that against you. So don't give him anything to use against you. He sounds conniving. He feels that way. So just don't let it happen. Don't get pulled into it. You could certainly say things like, it would break my heart if my son left. It would break my heart. You can say things like that. But if he starts like fighting with you, don't do it. Because I don't trust that energy. But everything else seems to be falling in your favor. Though I do think praying, though, in a way, I feel like that's what we're doing right now. Like, we're letting divine know that we're worried about this and that you do not want to lose your son. And divine is working on your behalf. And then I feel, I don't know, maybe I'm going a little too far here, but I feel like when I'm home with you, I'm much more stable. I feel like I'm assuming he goes to see his dad, and I feel like when he goes to see his dad, I feel like life is unstable. So maybe Ronald is unstable, and therefore his life is unstable. And I feel like your son can feel the difference. Again, it doesn't mean he doesn't love him, and we want them to love their parent, but there is a difference. Like, there's a difference between your energy and Ronald's energy, and I feel like your son can definitely pick up on that. And then I feel like as he matures, it just pick more and more up on that. But my prayer is that your son stays with you and the divine does everything in its power for that to be true. Amen. Okay, gonna let that be. I feel good about that though. I mean, I feel good about what I feel like is the outcome. I don't feel good with what you're going through. But yet, divine is on your side. Wait a minute. Um, Kelly, I see your super thanks, but I don't see your question. Let me go down a little bit. I forgot who I was even looking for. You can tell when I've been on too long, like my mind starts to go. It's the first to go. Oh, Kelly. I was looking for Kelly. Kelly. All right. Well, Kelly Hunter. I don't see your question. I'm gonna look one more time. Oh, Erica, you're very welcome. You don't know how I know these things. I don't either. I just open myself like a vessel, to the light and only to the light. And whatever comes through, I had to really learn how to trust myself. trust my intuition, trust what I was getting. And that did take years. But now I don't even think twice about it. Anyway, but you're very welcome. All right, so I am not seeing your question, Kelly. But I'll keep my eyes open and I'm going to move on to Annie. All right, Annie. I tried to mend things, they worsened. I prayed, I loved him, but he is not coming back. It's irreversible. I am feeling hopeless in love. Why is that happening? Will I get any motivation anytime soon? You know, you tried to mend things and they worsened, but you tried. And give yourself credit for that. Um, and unfortunately, though, I say unfortunately, um, some people are meant to be eclipsed out of our life, you know. And what I want to say is like, if you go back and look at your life and, you look at different relationships you were in where, and I know not everyone has been like in love multiple times, but like a love ends, a relationship ends, and for a moment we think that's it. Screw love, it's never going to happen again. And then lo and behold, we fall in love again. So I'm only saying that because I don't want you to feel hopeless. Um, and maybe it was just the end. And, I feel like, and you did everything you could do. So, with that in mind, I'm going to go back to the good tarot. And I'm going to ask your spirit guides to help you, help Annie not to feel hopeless in love. And tell us why she should not be hopeless in love. All right. We have the Four of Swords. Did come in reverse though, but that's healing. I feel like it came in reverse because you may not quite be there. I'm not going to leave it in reverse because I don't feel like I'm meant to. But I feel like this is a little bit of a message. If you feel like your heart's never going to heal, it'll heal. Look at this, the Nine of Cups. The Page of Pentacles. Page of Earth. Look at this, the Ten of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles. Holy Pentacles. Hello, Ace of Cups. Now listen, this Ace of Cups is coming under the Nine of Cups. So in the Nine of Cups, you are single. In the Nine of Cups, really what you're finding, the Four of Swords, now I know why it was in reverse. I feel like number one, the healing process is not over. Sometimes only time can heal. And other times, it's when you find love. When you thought it was impossible, well, here it is. But it is coming under singular energy. The Nine of Cups has a few different meanings. The first meaning is inner harmony. And that's what the healing helps you do. Find that inner harmony again. But it's also a fulfillment of a wish. Now, it may be a different wish than you have in mind. Because I get a feeling that maybe that relationship, maybe it's time, it was time. Seven of Cups. Interesting, because it feels like if love is reintroduced into your life, you're going to be like, oh no, what do I do? I also want to say that I feel like another way that you can help to heal yourself even faster is to move into your creative house. And why do I say that all the time? Because I feel like when we're able to take our mind off of the pain, right? If there's something creative. Now I'm saying creative, you know what I mean? But it can just be like taking up yoga, um, taking a painting class, taking walks out into nature, like allowing those type of energies to help move this pain along because it will. We have the Knight of Wands. Hello, Knight of Pentacles, my favorite knight. Why? Well, first of all, this is a slow moving knight. Slow. But this knight, its promise, which I feel like is guardian angel, is I'm bringing a pentacle into your life. Now, to me, that means that something is physically coming into your life. Physically. It's tangible. We're asking about love here. Another thing about the Knight of Pentacles is I come at the right time, not before and not after. Where you may be saying, well, when's the right time? I have a feeling the Four of Swords has a lot to do with it. So maybe getting rid of those words, hopeless. And I know it's easier said than done, but I feel like the more that you can put positive intentions out there. Listen, I feel like who's ever next, that doesn't even sound right, but I feel like the next person you fall in love with, because you are going to fall in love again, this may be the person that you spend the rest of your life with. Now, that's kind of bold for me to say that, right? But I know in the Knight of Pentacles energy that because I come at the right time, it's so that you can take full advantage of what I bring. Well, we have the Ace of Cups right here. So we know the Knight is bringing something physically into your life. And then the Ace of Cups. But let's see what's mirroring it on the other end. Get that to Ten of Wands. Well, that wasn't the right time. Right? That's not the right time. Ten of Wands is the energy. I feel like that's the energy you're in right now. It almost feels like it's too much, right? But I feel like part of our human lessons for our spiritual beings is not to get too bogged down for too long. And what I mean by that is when, and I understand all of it. Trust me, I understand. But I also feel like if I think there's never going to be love in my life again, am I not then planting that seed? Now, do I think divine can tell the difference between a hurt soul and their intentions? I do. And I feel like that's why the Knight of Pentacles came out here for you. Let's go right in the middle. We have the Eight of Swords. Okay, well, that is literally you saying that I am hopeless, like love is hopeless. That is a self created prison. And that's when the Knight of Pentacles will be like, that's not the right time for me to come in. Because if I came in while you're in this energy, chances are you just block it in some way. So it's almost like the universe is like, well, we'll wait. We're going to wait until you're able to clear some of this energy. And again, I know it's easier said than done, but I feel like don't be hopeless in love because I feel like there is great love here. And I love the Ten of Pentacles also being here because, again, that's, it is the house of abundance. But to me, it's a house that it takes root. I feel like the love lives on long after we're gone. The Star. I feel like what I got to say is in the Eight of Swords, we're always putting energy out into the universe. We are energy. And that is the law of attraction, right? Whatever vibration we're putting out there is the vibration that's going to be met back, right? Because that's what the universe is saying. Okay, well, that's what she's asking for. So we need to think about that because we can turn this around. And I know you're feeling hopeless right now, but I feel like this reading is to show you or to help you overcome and know that, yes, you're in pain right now. And I understand that. Your spiritual team understands that. But at the same time, they're not looking at your life as hopeless. It's almost like, we have these good things planned. She just needs to set herself free. Believe in love again. Unfortunately, what didn't work, but you certainly gave it your all. So congratulate yourself on that, because a lot of people don't. Nine Cups, fulfillment of a wish. The Star, wishes coming true. The Ace of Cups, love. The Knight of Pentacles, I come at the right time. That you can bank on. I feel like it's when I turn those affirmations around. All right, I'm going to let that be. This is one of those energies where I feel like you may not believe me until it actually happens. But I know it's going to happen. I feel it that strongly. And it's okay. Like, it's okay that you don't, like, if you don't believe me right now, I have faith I just have faith that, the day will come. The day will come. All right. Um, um, Sarah and guys, I'm really gonna end soon, so I apologize to those who are just showing up. But I've been on since 1 o'clock, and I'm losing my voice. So I'm gonna do a few more. Actually, I'm gonna do up to Sean. Um, and then I gotta call it a night. I'm still looking for Kelly though. Not seeing Kelly anywhere yet. All right. So be Bridget. Oh, is it Bridget? How come I always called it Bridget? That's weird. Okay, so be rigid. I have a new career opportunity. Are there any specific areas I should focus on? All right. That sounds like a job for let's do the Gilded Tarot. Because I can shuffle them pretty quickly. By the way, happy June tomorrow. Can you believe it's going to be June? I think this winter flew by. All right, be rigid. This new career opportunity, are there any specific areas that you should focus on? Ooh, look at that. The Eight of Pentacles, the Hermit, the Devil. I love that the Eight of Pentacles is the very first card. You know what that tells me, which I'm telling you, because it is the new opportunity. And, this is the energy in the Eight of Pentacles, to me anyway, where I don't have to know everything to be successful. But if it's just focusing on your craft, focusing on your craft. And then you have the Hermit. Well, I feel like the Hermit is your sense of wisdom. I feel like you are an old soul. I felt that before for you. And it still rings true. So I feel like you are an old soul, like you have a lot of wisdom. But I also feel like you've learned a lot in this lifetime. Then we have the Devil. The Devil can certainly talk about temptations, but I'm not feeling it in a negative way. So let's continue on. And let's just say if there's anything you're worried about, like that potentially would be a lower vibration, well, the Hermit's beacon of light will illuminate that for you. And you can trust in that. I feel like your wisdom is already there. Nine of Swords. No. Go away, Nine of Swords. No need to worry. Look at that. The Ace of Wands under the Eight of Pentacles. It's like inspired. It's like epiphanies. You know, I love this because it means that your creative house is going to be on fire. Now, when I say your creative house, I mean wherever this new opportunity is. I feel like there's no need to worry. The Tower. You're like, Sandy, you just said there's no reason to worry. I still don't feel like there's a reason to worry. I feel like this Tower is just talking about what was. And who knows, maybe this Tower, which may have been like the last job, so to speak, but maybe it's moving you in exactly where you're meant to be. Like that that Eight of Pentacles with the Ace of Wands connected, that's very, to me, that's very powerful energy. It's, and that energy is coming from you. And again, it's signifying that you don't have to know everything because you'll learn it as you go. It's almost like I'll fake it till I make it. But I feel like deep down, like in your soul, like you're such a wise soul that in a way, I feel like you don't have to worry. We have the world. That makes sense. So we have the Tower, right? So we know that means that something ended. I feel like since we're talking about work, it's probably your previous employment. And now we have the world, which is the next chapter. Look at that, the Page of Wands. Again, my little risk taker. And then the Knight of Swords. So we'll take that on that side and we'll bring one on this side, the Five of Cups. Connected to that Nine of Swords. Excuse me. I feel like I don't even need to look at the Tower, but I feel like I'm going to take a card. Look at that. The Eight of Swords. That could just simply say that there's some remnants left from the previous Tower. You know what I feel like this is also saying is you really just got to believe in yourself. Like believe in yourself because I believe in you. Your spiritual team believes in you. And I feel like whoever you're working for, they're going to believe in you. You just need to believe in yourself. Maybe a previous Tower really shook you up. But this is a self-created prison. Now, with the Hermit above it, do I feel like this energy, can be changed? I do. I mean, whoever created this prison is the one who's got to uncreate it, and that's you. But the good news is that puts it in your hands. That means you can uncreate it, but it is showing you why. It has to do with that Tower. But, in the same breath, I feel like you're being moved in I feel like you're just being moved to the right place. All right, well, let's give her a little bit more confirmation than that. We have the Page of Swords. It's like this opportunity came in. I feel like you got excited, and then worry might have taken over. I think you just need to get back to that excited part. We have the Two of Pentacles. Well, that's better than the Eight of Swords. Hello, Knight of Pentacles. So literally, we just saw the Knight of Pentacles in the last reading. Now we see it in this reading. I definitely feel like this is divine. I definitely feel like this opportunity, it may just like seem like it came out of the air, but truth be told, I feel like it was meant for you. It was meant to find you. The Queen of Swords, the Six of Pentacles, and look at this, the Wheel. I feel like the only thing you got to worry about is the worry. I feel like, where do you put your focus? Put your focus into something as the apprentice, and that can make a lot of people nervous. Like, oh, but that means I don't know everything I need to know. But maybe you don't need to know everything yet. You know what I mean? You're going to learn as you go, and you will. Like, I have no doubt in that. You will. I feel like, I just feel like this is meant to be. And I feel like if it's meant to be, then things will just feel like they're falling in place for you. Don't put any restrictions on it if possible. And I feel like the only restriction may be like, will I be successful in it? I'm not sure. I feel like the answer is yes. And it's saying as long as you put your focus there, your money will only grow and grow and grow. Your position will only grow and grow and grow. And I feel like, when you're not sure, I feel like inspired action is being given to you. It's like epiphanies. You're going to feel that in your gut. It's just going to be a feeling. Trust that feeling. Follow that feeling. Other than that, I feel like I just feel like you're naturally good I feel like you're good at a lot of things. But I do feel like I just feel like this was meant to be. Why? Well, who knows? There could be a lot of different reasons, but this is where you may start to find like real abundance for yourself. And, I don't see one particular area to focus upon because I feel like it's more about, again, what you feel like you don't know, you're going to learn. And I do feel like it is the Knight of Pentacles that brought in this opportunity. So maybe trusting in divine. And, a lot of people think, oh, well, that only works in love. No, it works in all areas of our life. Maybe there's something important that you're going to be doing. Maybe you're helping mankind in some way. And divine is 100% behind you. Not only that, but I just feel like this opportunity was meant to find you. And if it was meant to find you, then you don't have to worry. Just ride it. You know what I mean? Like, ride it the whole way home. I feel like you're going to do a lot of great things. I feel like you're going to have a lot of growth. I feel like this wheel is going to keep on moving for you. Just believe in yourself. That's it. Believe in yourself. And again, what you feel like you don't know, you'll learn. And it does feel more like I'm learning it as I'm doing it. But again, I still feel like you got like probably lifetimes of wisdom behind you. Okay. Can pick that up. I can't pick them up. Oh, N. Good. June's reading was spot on for you. Good. You know, I have to say that I pick up on you guys' energy like pretty easily now. All right, where was I? Bridget. Oh, Bridget. I want to call you Bridget. All right. Sean. Sean, I could have swore I saw a question for you. Hmm. Oh, there it is. All right, so I'm going to do Sean's question, and then I'm going to do MM. MM. I know you told me your oh, let's see if I can remember by the time I get back to you. All right, I'm going to do Sean, MM, and then I've got to go, guys. Um all right, Sean. My fiance is an army doctor in Colorado Springs, and he's coming home soon on the 15th. And we are getting married on August, or in August on the 17th. Congratulations, my dear. Um, I don't know if you had a question with that, or you just want me to check on the energy. I'm just looking to see if I can see anything else from you. I do not. So, Sean, if you wouldn't mind, um, just clarifying, like, let me reread that. My fiance is an army doctor in Colorado. He's coming home soon on the 15th, and we are getting married on the 17th. All right, so Sean, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and do Eminem. Eminem. Sorry about that. MM. And then, Sean, I'm just going to look to see exactly what your question is. And then I'm calling it a night, guys. So MM, what's David's, who's a Taurus, I'm assuming, feelings for me regarding a relationship? Okay. I'm going to use the Psychic Tarot. I'm going to give it a couple good shuffles, though. Look at that. Love begins. Strength card. We're not going to take them yet, but I just want to take notice of them. I mean, we'll see if the Ace of Cups comes back out, but it did show itself. All right. So what's David's feelings regarding a relationship with MM? Well, Power card made its way back out. That's a Strength card. Look at that. Foundation and Achievements. That is the Marriage card. And Temperance. Divine Timing. It literally says patience on this card. And I do feel like that is part of divine timing, right? Having patience to allow all good things to come together. I love the rainbow behind this house. We have the Four of Swords. We have the Tower. But it's coming under the Strength card. So to me, that means the Tower's already happened. And that means, to me, it means that I've taken a good look at that tower. And that's probably it is previous towers. But I feel like you probably have more of an understanding than maybe you've ever had before. And what it also means to me is previous towers don't hold the power that they one time did. You know, like previous towers can like really like lock us in place. And we've seen that today with a few people. So I feel like it's the overcoming of the tower. Hello, sun. Look at that. The sun is right below this commitment. It means it's in the light. That means anything done in the dark will come to the light. All right. We have temptation. Well, there you go. If anything is done in the dark, it will come to the light. But listen, temperance is like, it's like she's got her hand out saying, don't worry about that. Seven of Cups, choose wisely. Interesting, because that is mirroring the Tower. So maybe the Tower did have a little bit of an effect. Yeah, and I'm talking about a previous Tower. All right. We're going to take what's face up. All right. Victory and success. Five of Cups, emotional loss. The Nine of Pentacles, material harvest, and the beautiful Empress. You know, first of all, I feel like this is showing how you yourself have evolved in quite a beautiful way. You know, how I'm sure these, you know, any towers in our life, you know, they tend to hold us in place for a while, but it's showing like you literally overcoming that. And I feel like that's a little bit of, you know, I feel like you have a little uncertainty, but I feel like the uncertainty is maybe how David feels. But this relationship, I mean, with temperance right beside it and the sun right below it, it kind of feels blessed in a way. Now I want to go on each side, mental conflict, rejoice and celebration. If we just look at this line, we can see, you know, it's like this is your past, this is your present, moving forward. So I do feel like what was I gonna say? I feel David holds you in high regards. I feel like you know, I feel like saying if I was going to marry someone, I would marry you. Not me. Um, I feel like, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like these previous towers, even though I feel like you've overcome them, I feel like there's still a little bit of remnants of them. And I feel like that's where the uncertainty comes from, right? Because I feel like I feel like you really want to trust your intuition because I do feel um, like I feel like if there's anything that you need to worry about with the sun here, it will be revealed. It probably would have already been revealed, honestly. And with temperance being in the reading also, which is divine energy, but it's also divine timing. Um, and what's it mirroring? It's mirroring the Nine of Pentacles, which to me is an independent energy. It's when I really feel good within myself. It's when I can take care of myself. Doesn't mean I want to be by myself. It just means I appreciate that part of myself. But I also feel is as independent as you are, you're also very loving and nurturing. You're also very giving. But listen, I don't feel like you're anybody's fool any longer. Like I feel like in this tower, and I keep saying tower, so it's probably more than one tower that has happened, that you did have to overcome. And sometimes the only way we can overcome it is by knowing what caused it. And the sun again will help illuminate that for you. I have a feeling you're soulmates. And to me, that means that if there's issues, we can work them out if we so choose. You know, this is just giving you a little peek in how certain energy of the past, if it moves forward with us, how it can then throw confusion in the mix, so to speak. Because I really feel like I feel like you're being protected in a way of like I feel like you must have dealt with some untrustworthy energy because I feel like you worry that that might happen again. But I feel like temperance is saying, my dear, if anything is done in the dark, it will come to the light. But I feel like it would have already come to the light. You would already have that realization. And I also love the Four of Swords. So, it doesn't mean that that this is a like there's no bumps in the road because there's always bumps in the road. But I feel like what this is saying is the two of you can work this out. Look at that, the four, four, and four, grounded, making sure this relationship is grounded. That's important. Make sure it's grounded. And what I mean by that is, and I don't mean arguments, but like real discussions. Like how do you see your life? And how do I see my life? And how do we see our life together? That type of thing. Open communication. Let's do one right in the middle. Three Swords. And the Authority. Look at that. And the Lovers. Well, the Lovers, the meaning of the card is the head over heart decision. But now that the Emperor has shown, and it doesn't matter the sign, to me, the Emperor in the upright, and he did come in the upright, is someone I can look up to. It is someone who normally has integrity, cares about their fellow man. I don't feel like he wants to get his heart broken. I definitely feel like there is a special connection between the two of you. I definitely feel there's chemistry between the two of you. And I feel like now we just got to let it be and allow it to evolve. Um, I feel like David must love you. And I don't feel like there's really like fear of a commitment, at least on his end. You know, if we were to look back, let's say 20 years, and I'm just throwing out 20 years, yes, David needed to evolve, but I feel like he has. And, you know, I guess the Three of Swords, to me, it feels, you know what it feels like? It feels like the two of you have similar experiences. Like you have similar things that you both had to overcome, but on your own. You know what I mean? Like outside of each other's life. So I feel like this has a very good chance. I do feel like David holds you in high regards. And again, if I was going to marry someone, it would be you. And I'm not saying he wasn't married before. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But like, I feel that, like, you know, if I was going to marry someone, it'd be you. You just got to find a way to let the past be the past. Let it go. Try to heal it. You had that opportunity right here. You know, and then the Three of Cups. That really is about enjoying the present moment, having fun with each other. There's 33. I say that because I see it all the time, which is a master number. But yeah, I mean, the only issues I see really are just issues of the past. And, you know, can I clear them? Or can he clear them? Or can we clear them? But I almost feel like they're like individual to each, you know, like I had mine, he had his. But I feel like the chemistry, the love, the commitment, I feel like it's all here. Now, maybe it doesn't move as quickly as you'd like, but maybe it's not meant to move quickly at the same time. Why? Well, because I feel like enjoying the present moment together. And then I just feel like it'll naturally evolve. Okay, I'm going to let that be. And Sean, going to see if you're very welcome, MM. Sean, where'd you go? All right, so Sean, I'm just going to do a general for you. And I just realized that TP, I will go ahead and do your reading too, but then I got to go. So Sean, I'm going to do a general with the information you gave me. What do I want to use? Choose the light seers. Let's give it a couple good shuffles. Ace of Pentacles, Six of Wands. Beautiful. I'm just not ready to take them yet, but I did want to recognize them. Four of Cups. Beautiful Ace of Cups. Sean, I feel like you've been waiting. I feel like you've been waiting and waiting for him to come home. And he is. And he is coming home. We have the King of Pentacles. The Eight of Swords. The Page of Swords. Yep, Page of Swords. The Six of Cups. You know, how beautiful the Six of Cups with the Ace of Cups. It just talks about like, you know, when you get, if you turn into it, like, how do I say this? Like if your mind turns fearful, what you want to do is remember and think about like how you make each other happy. You know what I mean? Like, because the Eight of Swords, that just has me a little worried. And I feel like it's because you're worried, but I'm not sure why. Maybe you want to know it's really going to happen. Three of Wands. Three of Pentacles. The Tower. But I feel like that's what you're fearing. And then we have to look at that. The Ten of Swords mirroring it. So, previous energy. You know, it's like saying that, you know, maybe I haven't been the luckiest in love. But I feel like this is a different story. Right? Because Ten of Swords, a Tower. Well, the Tower ends at Ten of Swords. But the remnants of it remains through the Eight of Swords. So just look at that. Right? Because it's like self-created. And I say that so much because you are the only one who can uncreate it. The one who created it is the only one who can uncreate it. And it's clear why, right? It's like, you know, things didn't go right before. I've had it rough in love, and that type of thing. But everything here, really, if I could just get rid of that eight, it looks quite beautiful. And I have to say, when I see the King of Pentacles, and I don't even care what his sign is, I feel this king is loyal. I feel like that's one of the things this king stands for, is loyalty. Now, I know not everybody agrees with me, but that's what I feel. And I love the Three of Wands below that because it's again the energy of enjoying the present moment. And knowing the more that we just enjoy and live in the present moment, we are creating our future. We are planting seeds. But they're seeds of affirmation. They're seeds of love. You know, I do feel like the two of you are spiritually connected. And I do feel like you can really see each other for truly who you are. You know, the good, the bad, the ugly, but it's like I accept all of you. You just got to accept yourself. Queen of Cups. King of Swords. Wow. I feel like that's you two. And you know what I love? This queen, she's connecting. She's connecting to her spiritual team. She's connecting to above. This king, he's climbed his mountaintop. He's reached his mountaintop. That means there was something he did have to overcome, but he did. So, I'm not sure where your question lies, but I feel like there's nothing in the present moment energy that should cause you worry. I feel, if anything, it's just still a little bit of the energy of previous towers. I get it. Like, I certainly don't want to repeat pain, the pain of yesteryear. But that's why the Three of Wands is so important, right? It's an optimistic view. It really is enjoying the present day moment, enjoying each other. And as we do that, we really are planting seeds, and we're planting seeds of our future. So I like it, Sean. Um, I do feel like you've been counting the days down, but I don't blame you. All right. TP. I emailed manager to extend my contract. Will she? All right. I'm going to use the Tarot of Dreams for that. I like the Tarot of Dreams as it relates to our money, material world, that type of thing. I don't know. I just find that it's just the deck I go to for those kind of questions. So, will she extend your contract? Your contract be extended? Strength card. Man, we have a lot of readings opened up with the Strength card. The Knight of Swords, I feel like that's your communication. Four of Pentacles. That's really about your foundation. Palace of Cups. Five of Wands under the Strength card. The Nine of Wands under the Knight of Swords. The Queen of Pentacles under the Four of Pentacles. And the beautiful Empress under the Palace of Cups. I feel like your contract will be extended. I feel like you've learned a lot. I feel like you are valued. I'm not going to say there's no one else that can do your job, but I'm going to say that no one can do it like you. I feel like your foundation is pretty solid. So that's another reason why I feel like it's going to be extended. But I was looking for movement. There's certain, like, I don't say it out loud, but there's certain cards that I look for, that I ask my guides for. If this is going to happen, then show me this. And I was looking for a knight. I was looking for movement. Well, there it is. And ultimately, where are you ending up? Palace of Cup and the Empress. It is your creative soul. Just take one in each end. Six of Pentacles, Nine of Swords. Okay, well, I understand the worry. But yet at the same time, like this person's reaching their hand out. It's almost like a yes. Yeah, I'm just feeling the answer is yes. As far as I can tell. I just want to look right at that Nine of Swords, Queen of Wands. That's probably who you sent the email to. But I feel like the answer is yes. And I feel like you're very good at what you do. And I do not feel like you're a complainer. And I don't even know why I'm saying that. Maybe she has to deal with a lot of complainers. I feel like you're a hard worker. And I feel like it all pays off. So I do feel like she's offering you the extended contract. And I'm going to let that be. All right, guys. I am going to call it a night. And it literally is nighttime now. How interesting. I say that because I feel like time just flies. Yes, Coastal Creative, I'm still here, but I'm checking out. Anyways, I thank you all. I know there's hardly anybody here left. But anyways, if you watch the chat replay, I thank you all. I have so much gratitude. Just to make sure there's no PayPal for each and every one of you. Happy June. I feel like a lot of good things are going to start happening. I just do. I feel like things are turning around for a lot of us. And let's not forget what Mother Mary said in the very beginning of the reading. Children. And I felt like some of you are going to be working with children. My heart is filled with love for children, which creates miracles and positive changes for them and me. And then action. It's go time. Today, I take action related to the priorities that I have previously put off. Thank you, Mother Mary. Thank you, guys. I love you. I'll see you next time. I still have to do Pisces, Aries, and Taurus' reading, I believe, for June. But I'll get on those tomorrow. Anyways, guys, I love you so much. Really do. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. I will see you next time at our table. Have a great rest of your evening or day, wherever you may be. Bye-bye.